pending his recuperation or the finalization of the cross-examination by Ms. Mshololo, whichever comes first. That should be the condition.
Thanks. Is that your understanding, Mr. Mngomezulu?
Whichever comes first, my lord.
Okay. Yeah, but that you are going to follow the proceedings on YouTube, you said the other day.
I've been following it, man.
Well, they've got problems with YouTube.
No problem.
Because there are too many experts there.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
On that aspect, the proceedings from the 7th of October to the 22nd of October 2014 were emailed to Mr. Mngomezulu, and he confirmed yesterday that he received my emails.
Yes.
So whatever that comes from now on, I will be forwarding whatever that comes to Mr. Mngomezulu in order for him to apprise himself with the proceedings. Thank you.
Ngezile kumshushisi kuloko sekukhulunyiwe ukuthi ke okunye bekukhulunyiwe noma ke bebevumelene ngabo ukuthi ke yena ke uMr Mngomezulu uzoqhubeka ke alandeleke icala leli noma ke alubeke kuyinkundla ke lezi noma ke kumabona kude yena ke ushilo kusho kwa judge ukuthi ke ebelandela ke ku YouTube kodwa ke uyafika yena ke no YouTube inkinga ngoba ke kunongoba abaningi lapho kodwa ke uzolandela ke noma ke futhi ke nalokho kwenzekayo noma amarekhodi uzowa-emailelwa akhona ke ebese wathunyelwe uma kuwukuthi okunye futhi akusho umshushisi ukuthi uma kuwukuthi-ke uMr Mngomezulu usebangcono-ke kakhulu-ke noma ukwisimo sokuthi angabuyela enkantolo usengabuyela-ke ngaphambi kokuthi mhlawumbe kuyofika kuyena-ke advocate Mshololo noma u-advocate Nomalo kodwa bathi-ke noma yikuphi okufike kuqala kodwa uma kuwukuthi ubangcono ngaphambi kokuthi ifike leso sikhathi usengabuyela-ke.
Yeah. Okay. This is what the law stipulates. The cross-examination, let's start there. The cross-examination sequence, which appertains in a court of law, is governed, I think, by Section 127. And amongst others, it is discretional upon the presiding officer as to the sequential cross-examination which is going to be exercised by various counsel in a particular case like this one, has to abide by the prescripts as to how the accused before court are being cited after being charged. In other words, lack of a better word, if Mr. Sibiya, as he is accused number one, his counsel is expected after each and every witness to be the first to cross-examine the state witness who has given that evidence. But these procedures are not immutable. They are not cast in stone. They can be modified, added to, if special circumstances arise, like in this case. This case started before this court in July 2023, but previously my colleague was involved in this case, Judge Maumela, who had to recuse himself after being incapacitated physically. So I am aware that the allegations also arise against the accused as on the during October 2014, about 10 years ago. This court will not go into the history of this trial, but for various reasons, the actual concourse of this trial only began I think in 19, is that so? 2019, before Mr. Mamela.
Yeah, well, before Judge Momela, it was, the first appearance was
Yeah.
in February 2022.
Okay, yeah, right.
Yes.
So that was the initial appearance of the accused before this court. So I am of the view that because of the history of this case and because of the incapacity, which I believe is temporary, of Mr. Mgomezulu, these aspects constitute special extraordinary circumstances which may allow this court to accede to the request by Mr. Mgomezulu and his client that Mr. Mgomezulu will keep himself apprised of the proceedings in this case, as he has always been doing, and he will keep in contact with Advocate Nomalo, who has volunteered to assist accused number 1 and Mr. Mgomezulu. The overriding aspect is that no other accused should suffer prejudice in this trial as a result of the arrangements which this court is agreeing to, as requested by Mr. Mgomezulu and his client. Because the court is enjoined in terms of Section 35 of the Constitution to accord an accused and his counsel or attorney a fair trial as described in our Constitution by, amongst others, a retired judge of the Constitutional Court, Johan Kirchler, in the case of the Attorney General of the Cape versus Key, which is a constitutional case which is seminal, in my view, in defining the aspects which we all refer to as a fair trial. And I'm also consoled by the fact that there is no apparent conflict of interest amongst the accused and their counsels regarding the charges facing the accused. The accused are facing 5 charges. Murder with the application of Section 51(1) of the Criminal Procedure Act. Robbery, also with the applicability of Section 51(1). Possession of a firearm, and also attempted murder with the applicable Section 51(1) also being there, and possession of ammunition. And further, the accused are also charged jointly with the allegation that they allegedly committed these offenses in pursuance of a common purpose. So consequently, the onus of proof, which rests on the state to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt, is not delineated differently from either of the accused. The state has to prove those charges with the application of the doctrine of common purpose. All 5 accused also reserved their right in terms of Section 35 of the Constitution not to disclose the basis of their defense. Consequently, as I say, up to this stage, it cannot be cogently argued that the accused any of the accused or counsel with regard to the arrangements which this court is acceding to about the health of Mr. Mngomezulu, that there has been a conflict of interest or there has been a denial of the concept of a free trial which must appertain to all the accused before court. Consequently then, that application is granted.
Ngokomthetho ke kufanele ukuthi uma umbuso usuqedile ukuthi ke uhole ofakazi kube ukuthi ke ngokokulandelana kwabo abasolwa imibuzo ke ihlonywe ngaleyo ndlela ibona ke abameli ngaphandleni kokuthi uma kunezimo ke ezikhethekile noma ke izimo ke eziphoqayo ukuthi ke kungashintshwa ke kuloko noma ke kwenziwe ngokwahlukile inkantolo iyasho ke la ukuthi ke uma kulalelwa sona ke isicelo lesi sakhe uMr Mngomezulu ngokungaphatheki kahle kwakhe inkantolo ayiboni ngakhona ke inkinga ukuthi ke isivumele leso sicelo leso nangokuthi futhi naye ke ushilo uvumileke umsolo wakhe ukuthi cha akanankinga nalokho naye ke uadvocate Nxumalo wakuvuma ke lokho ukuthi cha akanankinga ukuthi angasiza lapho inkantolo yabe ngenake nakumlando wecala ukuthi icala laqala kuphi-ke ngaphambi komahluleli owangaphambili yena uJudge Mawumela kodwa-ke ekugcineni kona konke-ke lokho inkantolo ithi ngoba-ke abasolwa bethweswe amacala akusona amacala ahlukahlukene la kungatholakala ekuhambekeni kwesikhathi ukuthi kuzoba khona-ke ukushayisana noma ukungqubuzana okukhona ngenxa yalezo izathu-ke ayisiboni isizathu noma-ke singekho isizathu sokuthi-ke inkantolo ingavumelani naleso sicelo leso iyasivuma-ke inkantolo ukuthi kungaqhutshekwa ngale ndlela ekuvunyelwene ngayo abameli kanye naye umsolo wokuqala futhi-ke noMr Mngomezulu uzolandela-ke noma uzobuka-ke lokho kwenzekayo la inkantolo esekhaya-ke ngale ndlela shilo ukuthi-ke uzolandela ngayo.
Yeah, also he gets a periodic record of the proceedings besides just himself being apprised of the progress of the trial. He must also be furnished, as he has been furnished, by the running record, which is available to all counsels in this case. And therefore, I find that it is in the interest of justice that this case should proceed.
Futhi-ke nanjengoba eshilo ukuthi uzolandela uzobukela umabonakude noma ngaleyo ndlela-ke azokwenza ngayo kodwa-ke ngaphezu kwalokho athole futhi-ke namarekhodi noma-ke lokho kwenzekayo njengoba abanye bewathunyelwa-ke nge-email naye-ke awathunyele nangale ndlela bekwenziwa ngayo ngaphambilini.
Okay, yes.
Yes, my lord.
Yes,
I have excuse.
thanks. Mr. Brigadier,
Yes, my lord.
Kinanda, you're still under oath. Okay.
Yes, my lord.
Thanks. Okay.
As the court pleases, my lord. My lord, may I proceed?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Morning, Brigadier.
Morning, Mr. Ramsebi.
Now, sir, I'm going to start my cross-examination with certain preliminary questions before we address exhibits HH and JJ, which are the confession statements of accused number 2.
Yes.
Now, in your evidence in chief, you testified that you were tasked by Lieutenant General Nkomo, who was at the time the head of detectives, for you and certain members of the police to visit the family of the deceased, being Senzo Meyiwa, in October 2016. Is that correct?
I don't remember the month, but yes, around 2016, my lord, that is correct.
Ushilo-ke kubufakazi bakho buyinhloko ukuthi-ke ngaleso sikhathi leso-ke uLieutenant General Nkomo okwakuyena wayehola-ke ithimba noma-ke wayehola-ke abaseshi uyena wacela wena kanye nabanye ukuthi niyobona umndeni kamufi uSenzo Meyiwa ngo-October 2016 inyanga angiyikhumbuli kodwa yebo kwakungo-2016.
Perhaps to refresh your mind, do you recall if you made a statement to that effect?
Yes, I did, my lord.
Ingabe uyakhumbula yini wenza istatement mayelana nalokho? Yebo ngasenza.
Brigadier, I'm going to refer you to A128, which is your statement, and your handwriting is like mine. It's like a doctor's handwriting, so I'm going to ask you to personally read it. My Lord, the statement is A128. It's a statement by Brigadier Geninda. I don't think it's complete, my Lord. Let me look for the part. Yes, what A128? My Lord, let me pack this question. I see the A128 that I have does not have the commissioning part and the other paragraphs. I'll ask the state to assist me in this regard. But you have indeed made a statement regarding this visit to the family of the deceased.
That is correct, my lord, and I do have the original A128, and indeed it does indicate that it was around October 2016. So I have
Okay,
the original
if you go to
statement.
the back of it and just tell the court when it was commissioned and by whom.
It was commissioned in 2019, November the 29, by Sergeant Mohula, my lord.
Naso-ke le statement ungibuza ngaso A128 uma sibekwa-ke istamp noma si-commissioner-ke nge-29 zikaNovember 2019 uyena uSergeant Mohula.
And I'm going to request you, Colonel, with leave of the court, to place the contents of that statement in record.
So it reads as follows, my lord. I, the undersigned Bongani Nicholas Geninda, state under oath in English as follows. I'm a police officer with personal number there's a personal number, my lord, holding a rank of a colonel and stationed at the National Head Office, NATCOM's office. Then I've placed the cell phone number. Paragraph 2, on the 27th October 2016, I was tasked by then Divisional Commissioner of Detectives, Lieutenant General Nkomo, to assist with a visit of the Senzo Meyiwa family in KZN. She further requested me, she also requested me, I think, with my team to assist in the investigation of the said matter of the death of Senzo Meyiwa under Phosphorus 636-10-2014. It is prudent to mention that I was not part of the investigation of the said matter when it initially occurred in 2014. I was tasked by the Divisional Commissioner together with the following members: Lieutenant Colonel Ramohala, Captain Mabuti, Sergeant Mohane, and 4 tactical team support members. I wrote Sisiane, Ngwenya, Fusi, and Twayile. On the said date of the 27th of October 2016, we indeed arrived at Senzo Meyiwa's place where we met his family. We introduced ourselves and advised the family that we will be assisting with the investigation of the said matter in question. The family indicated to us that the son-in-law, Mr. Thope, has knowledge or information that can help us with the direction of the case. We were given the contact numbers of the son-in-law, and I phoned the son-in-law from my cell phone to arrange for us to meet. Mr. Thope agreed to meet us on the very same day in Wimpy, next to his place of employment in Devon area. We met Mr. Thope where we identify ourselves. Mr. Thope was specifically interviewed by Captain Mabuti in my presence, and his statement written down by Captain Mabuti, where Mr. Thope then took an oath and signed it after the statement was written. It was given to me, and I inserted it on the investigation file where I marked it on top with my handwriting. The said statement was never removed by me at any stage until the case docket was given by my team to Colonel Shibiri for further investigation. When I was reappointed by the current Minister and the National Commissioner to revisit the said investigation. The said statement was still in the docket when the dockets were given to us by the previous investigation team. Copies of the docket was given to 4 members of the investigation team. This means Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi, Lieutenant Colonel Ramohala, Warrant Officer Makubo, and later Advocate Sirepo from DPP KZN. After this said docket were given to these said dockets were given to the DPP Johannesburg for further guidance. The said statement was in all material times in the docket, and when the dockets were given back to me as the lead IO from DPP, the said statement was in the docket and is still in the said docket to date as A116 and A175 correct indexing. After the interview with Mr. Thorpe in October 2016, I have never phoned or spoken or met Mr. Thorpe for any reason to date. I have never taken or written a statement from him directly with my own handwriting or said in any interview other than what is listed above. Then it's the oath, my lord, and where I then signed, and then is the commissioning.
Thank you, Brigadier. As the court pleases.
Istatement ke ubrigadier awasenza ke ngokumayelana naloko kuya ke nokuthi uya kwabo ke khona iKZN kuyobona umndeni wakhe ke umufi sifundeka ngalendlela ngiyiphoyisa yabhala ke ipersonal number yakhe nerenki futhi ika Colonel emaphoyiseni ngisebenzela ke eNational Head Office nge-27 ku-October 2016 ngaye ngacelwa ke noma ngacelwa yilowo owayephethe noma umcommissioner wama-detectives ngaleso sikhathi uLieutenant General Nkomo ukuthi ke ngilekelele ngokuthi ke kiwe ke kuona umndeni wakhe uSenzo Meyiwa eKZN futhi ke okunye asicela kona ke mina kanye nethimba ke ukuthi silekeleleke uphenyo lalo ke icala lelo abe khuluma ngokushona kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa elalingaphansi ko-Force Letters Case 63610-2014. Angikusho ke nokuthi ke ngangasiyona ke ingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo lalo icala leli ke eqaleni noma ke eqaleni kwalo ngaye u2014. Mina ke ngase ngicelwa ke uloyo noma ke nginikezwa ke umsebenzi owawuleyo wa-Division Commissioner kanye futhi nalamalunga ke alandelayo Lieutenant Colonel Ramuhola, uCaptain Mabuthi, uSergeant Mukhane kanye futhi ke naba u4 be-tactical support team Sesiyane, uNgwenya, uFusi kanye noTsayelo. Ngalelo langa 27 October 2016 impela ke safika ke kumndeni wakhe uSenzo Meyiwa la esahlangana khona ke nomndeni sase sithola ke lapho kuona ke umndeni siwazisa futhi noma siutshela umndeni ukuthi sizolekelela ke ngophenyo lwalo icala leli. Umndeni wase usazisa ke ukuthi kunomkhwenyana wabo ke uHlophe yena ke onolwazi futhi ke neinformation yokuthi ke ingasinikeza ke uhlangothi noma ukuthi siye ngakuphi ke mayelana necala leli. Sase sinikezwa zona ke inamba zakhe umkhwenyana lowo futhi ke ngamshayela ucingo ke mina ke ngisebenzisa owami umakhalekhukhwini ukuthi asihlangane. Mr. Hlophe wavuma ke ukuthi ahlangane nathi ngalelo langa lelo eWimpy eduze nala ayesebenzela khona eDurban. Sahlangana ke no Mr. Hlophe sayichaza ukuthi siwobani. Mr. Hlophe naye ke waba ne-interview kanye naye uCaptain Mabuthi ngikhona ke nami lapho futhi ke istatement sakhe sabhalwa phansi uyena uCaptain Mabuthi. La khona ke uMr. Hlophe wase efunga ke wasayinda futhi Emuva-ke kokuthi kuthathwe istatimende sakhe sibhalwe phansi, sase sinikezelwa kumina-ke ukuthi-ke ngesifake noma-ke sibe kuyona-ke ifile la esamakwa khona-ke noma engasimaka khona-ke phezulu. Istatimende leso-ke asikaze sikhishwe-ke noma sikhishwe-ke kuyona-ke ifile leyo noma-ke kwidokodo. Kwaze kwayisikhathi la khona-ke sanikezelwa khona-ke kwithimba eliphenyayo ngaphansi kwakhe-ke uKenneth Shiburi ukuthi kuqhubekwe nophenyo. Uma sengibuyisela noma sengicelwa-ke futhi ukuthi-ke ayibe yimina-ke manje ophenya icala lelo, istatimende leso-ke noma ngiqhubeke ngophenyo lwalelo cala, leso statimende leso saseyingxenye-ke yedokodo lelo engangiliphenya noma-ke engalinikezelwa-ke uma nginikezwa ithimba leli eliphenyayo ebeliphenya ngaphambili. Amakhophi edokodo anikezelwa-ke kumalunga amane ethimba eliphenyayo, uKenneth Buthelezi, Lieutenant Colonel Ramuhala, Warrant Officer Makhubo, kanye naye-ke umshushisi noma-ke u-advocate Sirepo wase-DPP e-KZN. Emuva kwalokho-ke idokodo leli laye landluliselwa-ke kwi-DPP noma-ke kwihhovisi labeshushisi eGoli ukuthi-ke basho-ke ukuthi-ke kuzothini-ke ukuya phambili. Leso statimende leso ngaso sonke isikhathi-ke sasiyingxenye yedokodo lelo noma futhi-ke idokodo libuyiselwa-ke kumina-ke nanjengomuntu oyena owumphenyi libuya-ke kuyona-ke i-DPP. Istatement leso sasisekhona singaphakathi lapho. Emuva kokuthi kwakhulunyiswana-ke noma-ke uMr Hlophe kwakhulunywa naye-ke ngo-October ka-2016, angikaze-ke ngimshayele ucingo ngikhulume naye noma ngihlangane naye uMr Hlophe noma sihlanganela-ke isiphi noma yisiphi isizathu. Angikaze futhi ngithathe-ke istatement kuyena uMr Hlophe noma sibhalwa yimi noma kungasiyimina noma ngibe ne-interview naye emuva kwalelo langa lelo.
Thank you, Mr. Jonas. Now, Brigadier, you state that at the time you were not part of the investigation of Foslo Ras 636-10 of 2014. Who was the investigating officer at the time?
Brigadier Modise, the late Brigadier Modise, my lord. He was from Gauteng.
Ushilo ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso-ke wangasiyona-ke ingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo-ke kule cala lelu case 636-10 2014 kwakuwubani uthi-ke osengasekho-ke yena uBrigadier Modise kwakuwala eGauteng.
And the gist of your A128 is that Mr. Hlophe then made a statement which was obtained by Captain Mabuti. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Ngiyasho-ke la ukuthi-ke uMr Hlophe lona kunestatement awasenza esabhalwa phansi uyena uCaptain Mabuti.
But furthermore, my lord, that the said statement made or taken from Mr. Hlophe is in the docket because 128 was in relation to the allegation or the assertion that the statement that was given by Mr. Hlophe in my presence, although it was said it was taken by me, is missing. So the gist of 128 was to correct the allegation, to say the statement was taken in my presence by Captain Mabuti and the statement is not missing, it's still available.
Yebo-ke futhi-ke lana-ke bekunensolo yokuthi-ke istatement lesi esathathwa uyena uCaptain Mabuti ngikhona-ke mina-ke kwakuwukuthi okokuqala sasithathwe yimina engasilona-ke iqiniso, sasithathwe uyena uCaptain Mabuti futhi nokuthi-ke sasingasekho-ke manje kwidokodo noma singaseyona-ke ingxenye yedokodo, kodwa mina ngishoyo ukuthi ngaso sonke isikhathi leso statement leso sikhona-ke u-128 kuyona idokodo.
And where were those allegations that the statement has now gone missing from the docket? Where did those allegations emanate from?
Well, my lord, it came up when so you'll see the date, my lord, it's 2019 when it was commissioned. So one will see that in 2016 I didn't make a statement myself because there was no need, there was no allegation. I was basically present when the statement is taken from Mr. Hlophe. Fast tracking to 2018, I then gets appointed as the lead investigating officer. We then, while we were running with this investigation, then these allegations, they were in the media platform a lot. In our discussion with the NPA, because I did say that there was a prosecutorial arrangement between us and the NPA, this assertion then needed to be addressed, and that is how this statement was made. Not that someone confronted me, it was something that the DPP felt that, look, there is this issue, let's just address it, and that's how I made a statement, my lord.
Ufuna ukwazi-ke manje ubaba Msipili ukuthi-ke le insolo lezi ayibuya kuphi ukuthi le statement esasingasiyona-ke ingxenye noma sasilahlekile kwidokodo uyasho-ke ukuthi-ke ngo-2016 ngoba-ke senziwa-ke istatement lesi uyena uCaptain Mabuti esithatha kuyena-ke uhlophe iy'nsolo lezi zazingekho sasingekho-ke isidingo sokuthi ngenze istatement sesiqhubeka-ke manje sikhulumisana-ke siqhubeka nophenyo-ke nayo i-NPA kwaba khona iy'nsolo-ke ey'bakhona-ke kwiy'nkundla zokuxhumana ila i-NPA-ke manje seyisho khona-ke ukuthi-ke asilungise lokhu ngoba-ke kunalezi nsolo lezi yingakho-ke manje le statement lesi sakhomishina ngo-2019.
Furthermore, my lord, sorry, Mr. Ramsipele, furthermore, and I testify about this, my lord, when docket 375 was eventually then disclosed, when I said, I think I covered that in evidence in chief, with regard to docket 375 of 1/2019, and we had to make the copies for the defense. I saw also a statement there by one of the investigators making the same assertion, insinuating that the statement taken by Mr. Thope is missing, is something to that effect, and that basically corrects that cannot be true.
Okunye futhi-ke uma sikhuluma ngaleli-ke idokodo eliwu-375 ila engabona kune-statement-ke somunye-ke walabo babe yithimba-ke noma-ke ababephenya sisho-ke ukuthi i-statement lesi sikahlophe-ke asikho kuleli dokodo lesi so manje-ke lesi sami-ke i-statement bekuwukulungisa lokho.
Now, Colonel, sorry, Brigadier, if you know, prior to Modise, I don't know her title that you mentioned that she was the investigating officer of this case. Prior to her, do you know if the case was investigated by another investigative team?
Yes, so my understanding, and that is now in relation of what the docket contains, my lord. The first investigating officer that was leading was in 2014. So first it was the DPCI. That is why one will see that when the cell phones were taken from the people who were inside the house, the person who took control of those cell phones as an investigating officer is one Lieutenant Kenneth Nittling. He is from the DPCI, that's the Hawks. Secondly, the downloadings of the cell phones were done by Captain Mushwana. He is from the Hawks.
Ufuna ukwazi-ke ukuthi-ke ngabe uyazi ukuthi obani-ke abokuqala noma-ke ithimba lokuphenya lokuqala laliphenya lelicala okokuqala-ke okokuqala nje kwakuyi-DPCI lokho kubizwa ngokuthi-ke ama-Hawks. Uma kuthathwa-ke umakhalekhukhwini babantu ababesendlini-ke bathathwa uLieutenant Kenneth Nittling obuya kona-ke ama-Hawks. Uma kwenziwa-ke manje kukhitshwa imininingwane noma phecelezi-ke i-downloading kwaba-ke uKenneth Mushwana naye obuya kuma-Hawks.
The application for Section 205 for everyone that was in the house, my lord, were done by Captain Bomsrang. He is also from DPCI, the Hawks.
Captain
Bomsrang.
Bomsrang.
He's a Lieutenant Colonel now, Lieutenant Colonel Bomsrang.
Uma kwenziwa-ke isicelo sama-Section 205-ke senziwa-ke uCaptain Bomsrang kodwa-ke manje sewuKenneth-ke naye ubuya kuma-Hawks.
Now, in few days from there, my lord, then the detectives, provincial detectives, then took over, and then female Captain Mutetwa was then the IO of this matter. That's female Colonel Mutetwa.
Bese kuthi-ke
Captain, sorry.
kuyinsuku-ke nje ezimbalwa-ke emuva-ke kwalokho kwase kuthi-ke manje-ke ihhovisi-ke labaseshi-ke kwaba yilona-ke manje eseluthatha uphenyo owesifazane-ke uCaptain Mthethwa kwaba uyena-ke manje ophenya icala.
So Captain Mutetwa, my lord, was also working in the same office or provincial office where Brigadier Modise was. He was a colonel at the time, and there was also Brigadier Ndlovu. So it was the same office, and I'm not sure at what stage who was playing at what role at the time, but I know Captain Mutetwa was the lead IO. At the time, when I was tasked by the DIVCOM, I know it specifically is Brigadier Modise because when we got to Mr. Madlala to follow this assertion by Mr. Thope that he told him what is contained in that statement, I was referred to Brigadier Modise to say, we don't know you, this is the IO, and I had to ask him to say, look, we have the request from the DIVCOM, can you allow this person to respond? And I've indicated, my lord, that there was resistance. So that is how I know the presence of Brigadier Modise.
Futhi-ke yena uCaptain Mthethwa wayesebenza-ke kuhhovisi elilodwa-ke naye-ke uKenneth ubrigadier Modise okwakuyi-Kenneth-ke ngaleso sikhathi kanye futhi naye-ke ubrigadier Ndlovu-ke angazi nje ukuthi-ke ubani-ke owayebambe liphi iqhaza ngaleso sikhathi leso futhi-ke ukwazi kwami ngaye-ke ubrigadier Modise kwakungenkathi-ke nanjengoba bengikushilo ngaphambili lokho ukuthi-ke uma sengiya noma sesiya kuyena-ke uTumelo Madlala siyombuza-ke ngalokho okushiwo uyena-ke uMr Hlophe ukuthi yiloko akutshelwa uTumelo abesethi-ke uTumelo Madlala cha anginazi nina-ke umuntu engimaziyo mina-ke ubrigadier Modise yilapho-ke engazi khona-ke ngaye ubrigadier Modise ngase ngimcela-ke ukuthi-ke awulekelele lo muntu lona-ke khona-ke sikufunayo kuyena-ke ngishilo-ke nangaphambili-ke ukuthi-ke kwaba khona-ke ungavumi nalapho.
Lastly, my lord, I further know that there was a time when the provincial detectives were working hand in glove with DPCI, and I saw that in the docket. All this I'm referring to the docket, my lord, because there was a time where Major General Mukotedi was participating, I don't know whether it was a reconstruction or some form of activities with the provincial detectives. So there was also that joint type of an investigation team.
So the detectives were working hand in glove with office?
DPCI.
Thank you. Futhi-ke abaseshi-ke besifunda babesebenza-ke noma besebenza-ke ndawonye kanye naye-ke DPCI phecelezi-ke ama-Hawks. Ngiyazi-ke ukuthi kuno-Major General Mukotedi-ke naye-ke owaye khona-ke noma-ke eyingxenye-ke lapho yila ababesebenzisana khona-ke nabaseshi besifunda.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, your further testimony is that your team, where now you assist with the matter, this occurred on the 12th of November 2018, is that correct?
That's correct, my lord. That's when I signed for the docket after being appointed by the previous National Commissioner General Stolle.
Kwakungayi-12 November 2018-ke ingalelo langa-ke engasayinda ngalo-ke ngisayindela-ke idokhethi emuva kokuthi sengiqokiwe-ke yilowo wawumkhomishina ngaleso sikhathi uGeneral Sithole.
And that the officers that were tasked with you were three more, that is Ramohala, Colonel Buthelezi, Warrant Officer Makubo, and yourself. So there were four of you, that's correct?
It was four of us, that's correct, my lord, in a sense that was the specific members, but the cold case unit, which was under my control, my lord, was tasked, in other words, handling this matter. Colonel Ramohala was part of the cold case unit. It is these two members who were seconded to the unit to assist specifically in this investigation, but the unit itself, which didn't have many members, I think it was myself, Colonel Ramohala, Sergeant Mohane, Sergeant Mohula, I think we're 4 or 5, my lord. So we're tasked to lead that. So all the resources or equipments that were needed were coming from that. But seconds to that, it was then these two members who were then said must work specifically with the case of Senzo Meyiwa, my lord.
Kodwa osho ukuthi-ke nina-ke nobanye uwena-ke uLieutenant Kenneth Ramohala uButhelezi kanye noMakhubo-ke kwakuyinina-ke nina noba-4 basebenza ngale cala. Okwenzeka-ke ukuthi-ke i-cold case unit lena engaphansi kwami-ke noma-ke engiholayo-ke kwakuyiyona-ke manje enikezwe umsebenzi ukuthi-ke ayiphenye leli cala kwakuyimina ngiyazi ukuthi asiba u4 imina uKolonel Ramohala uSergeant Mohula kanye uSergeant Mohane kwase kuthi laba ababili-ke nabo-ke bese befaka-ke nabo-ke ukuthi-ke abalekeleleke ukuphenywa kwaleli cala likaSenzo Meyiwa.
But to put it into correct context, my lord, the communication during that appointment referred to the four of us, meaning myself, Colonel Ramohala, Warrant Officer Makubo, and Lieutenant Kenneth Buthelezi.
Kodwa-ke uma manje-ke sekukhishwa-ke izwi-ke manje liphumela thina-ke soba u4 imina uLieutenant Colonel Ramohala, Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi kanye no-Warrant Officer Makubo.
And as you now state, as you had previously stated, Warrant Officer Makubo is seconded from DPCI, and Colonel Buthelezi is seconded from the psychology unit of the SAPS based in Pretoria. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Nanjengoba usho-ke kwase-ke manje kuvela-ke nalamagama amabili-ke uWarrant Officer Makubo yena-ke obuya-ke ku-DPCI ama-Hawks kanye futhi-ke naye uLieutenant Colonel Buthelezi obuya-ke kule unit-ke ye-psychology ela ePretoria yebo kuyiqiniso.
And thereafter, as one of the leading investigators, you then make a conscious decision that all four leading members, I'm not speaking about Mohane Mohola and the others, yourself, Buthelezi, Warrant Officer Makubo and Captain Ramohala must be availed with copies of 63610 for bouncing of idea purposes regarding the direction of the case, correct?
That is partly correct, my lord. It's correct in the sense of the last part which talks to bouncing of the ideas insofar as what the docket tells us making the copies, that is correct. But the first assertion that the four of us were leading investigating officers, it's incorrect. The mandate was very clear and the ranking structure was also very clear. I was the most senior person at that time. I was the full colonel. There was no full colonel in that structure. I was the most senior person and I was appointed as such as the lead investigating officers. These other three members were part of the investigation team in terms of the listing, but not as lead investigating officers, my lord.
Manje ke bese kuthi ke nanje kuba ushila ukuthi nanje kuba nina ke nihola ke noma u4 ke nikuyinina abaholayo ke uphenyo lolu ke ukuthi ke manje ke nasenikezana amakhophi ke amadokodo ukuthi ke manje ke anikhombisane ke noma nixoxisane ke nibonisane ukuthi ke uphenyo lolu aliyo ngakuluphi ke uhlangothi. Yebo lokho okwesibili ke kona ukuthi ke sasizo tshelana noma sixoxisane ke ukuthi ke icala noma uphenyo luya ngakuluphi uhlangothi kuyiqiniso. Kodwa ke mala nalokho kokuqala okushilo kwakusilona ke iqiniso kona ukuthi yebo kusasiba u4 ekuyithina ke ithimba eliphenyayo. Kodwa ke kwakuyimina ke wayephezulu ke ngesikhundla ngangeyi-colonel ophelele ke ngaleso sikhathi leso futhi ke kwakuyimina oholayo ke noma ke ohamba phambili ke ngophenya kwecala.
Okay, I accept that correction that you were the main lead investigator. And your testimony further is that during the course of discussions amongst the investigative team, it became quite clear that there were differences of opinion between, on the one hand, yourself, Ramohala, agreeing, and on the other hand, Warrant Officer Makubo and Colonel Buthelezi disagreeing. Is that correct?
Yes, it became very clear, my lord.
Mase kuqhubeka ke manje uphenyo ke kwaye kwacaca bha ke ukuthi ke manje kukhona ke ungaboni ngasonye kulona ke ithimba leli eliphenyayo ke wena ke ulamuhala Ramohala bese futhi Makubo ke kanye nayo ke uThelezi. Yebo lokho kwacaca ukuthi yebo kwakhona ke ungaboni ngasonye.
And the differences of opinion according to your testimony were regarding the theory of the case, namely the theory whether or not there were intruders in the house, if there were intruders or if there were no intruders. You and Ramohala believing that there were intruders and Warrant Officer Buthelezi, Makubo and Colonel Buthelezi disagreeing, saying there were no intruders. Is that correct?
It is correct, my lord, but it later became clear when, like I said, when I read 375, the docket 375, that there was also, as I said, a statement that seems to, not seem, it says that the statement given to Mr. Thorpe or taken by me is actually not in the docket. And the assertion that was given, and which I think that's where these allegations were coming from, it was to an extent that it was creating an impression that Mr. Thorpe gave a statement that would have been a breakthrough in this matter. And that statement somehow was not filed in the docket by me. And that assertion, and I think that at that time, obviously I was not aware of what is contained at docket. It was not even open, but subsequently it was open and I saw that. So I don't know where it's coming from, my lord, but it was there. But it also created the wage because there was this suspicion where I was not confronted to say, but Colonel, there's a belief that you took a statement. Where's the statement? So there was that. I'm saying in addition to it, my lord, it was in the background, but later then I came to know that this is that. But yes, there were difference of opinion, and those opinions, those difference of opinion were in existence right up to the 29 when we had that meeting at the DPP's office, the 29th of January 2019, with the team, meaning Warrant Officer Makubo, Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi, under the lead of Brigadier Perumal. It was clear that Brigadier Perumal was saying insofar as docket 636 of 10/2014, we are still investigating. I remember that the two members in that meeting to the DPP, their assertion was that insofar as that docket, which, like I said, my lord, I saw the file, they were saying the investigation is concluded and, they want a decision. So that was just a confirmation that there was really a difference of opinion, even the approach.
375 concluded,
Yes, on the 29th of
January.
2019.
Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho ukuthi ke kwakukhona ke ukungqubuzana ke noma ke ukungaboni ke ngasonye ke mayelana ke naloko ukuthi ke uma echaza ke uMr Ramsepile ukuthi ke wena ke kanye naye ke uyamuhala nani sho ke ukuthi ke nina ke niyakholelwa ke noma ke niyavuma ukuthi ngempela bakhona abantu abangena bese ukuthi yena ke umakhubo kanye naye ke ubuthelezi bethi bona ke cha lokho leyo nkulumo leyo abahambisaniyo ke nayo bona bethi ke cha abekho abantu abangena khona lapha kona lokho ngempela ke kuyiqiniso manje bangishilo ke nangaphambili ukuthi ke kwakukhona ke nalenkulumo ke kodwa ke akaze kuziwe ke kumina ke kuthiwa kennel kune statement owasithatha kuyena ke uhlophe leso statement leso ke asisiboni kodwa nje kwakuyintsolo izinto ke engayibona ke kulona ke idokodo lelo ingakho ke manje sengalungisa ke khona lokho futhi ke kunawo ke nomhlangano owawukhona ke wange 29 zika January 2019 kanye naye ke uBrigadier Perman la ekwakushiwo ke khona ukuthi ke uphenyo ku63610 2014 luyaqhubeka bese kuthi ke nalamalunga amanye amabili ke khulunywa ngaye ke umakhubo kanye nobuthelezi bethi cha uphenyo ke ngakuleli ke idokodo elu375 bona ke basho ukuthi ke cha lapho ke uphenyo seluqediwe akusekho phenyo olwenziwayo.
And you stated that as a result of the differences, Warrant Officer Makubo and Colonel Buthelezi then went their separate ways. Were they then removed officially from the investigation of 636 of 10/2014?
My lord, they went their separate ways. I wouldn't say, I was the lead investigating officer, so at no stage did I say to them they should not form part of the team. It just happened, my lord, that they were not coming through, there were no reports coming. It was clear that there were a lot of trust issues, my lord. So they just went a separate way, my lord.
Ukusho ukuthi ke manje ke uyena ke uwarrant officer Makubo kanye naye ke uLieutenant Colonel Buthelezi ke manje base ke bephumela ke ngezabo ke indlela ke ukuthi ke manje ngabe ukhona yini umlomo owasho noma ke owakhishwa ukuthi ke cha abangasibiyona ke ingxenye manje yalo uphenyo lolu cha mina ke nanjengo uyena ke wayehola ithimba leli eliphenyayo ke angaze ngisho ke kubona ukuthi cha ke manje abasuke ke bangabiyona ke ingxenye ukuthi nje ibona ke nje abathatha isinqumo sokuthi ke kwakungani ama report ayingasezi ubona ukuthi futhi ke nokuthembana ke akusekho.
So, sorry, my lord, just to add on that, this is the reason why I said in my evidence in chief, the appointment of Brigadier Perumal was then brought in. The purpose was to be the coordinator between the SAPS and the NPA, but most importantly, it was for him to come with fresh pairs of eyes to look into this docket 636 as well as the 375 because it was in existence at the time, and then brief the National Commissioner in terms of these differences that were apparent. I gave Brigadier Perumal this docket. That is actually the only time also where the docket was out of my hand, when he made copies of this. I do know, my lord, as I've said in evidence in chief, that he didn't manage to get hold of the docket 375. There was resistance and he never got it.
Ilapho ke noma ke bengishilo ngaphambilini ukuthi ke kwakungenxa yaleso sizathu ke la kwalethwa khona ke uBrigadier Perman ukuthi ke uze ke manje ke amehlo amashake la ezobheka khona ke azothatha u636 10 of 2014 ambuke abese thatha futhi nelinye leli ke idokodo u375 ambuke ke abese asho ke ukuthi yena uthini ke manje nanjengoba kukhona ke lokhu ukuthi kunalo mehluko okhona ke kulamadokodo amabili ke ngase ngimnikeza mina ke babe senikeza ngovo lwakhe ngamnikeza ke mina leli idokodo u636 isona sikhathi kuphela ke la idokodo leli alingekho esandleni sami ukuthi ke enze amakhophi alo kodwa ke idokodo leli u375 lona ke akaze alithole noma ke babe ngavumi ke ukuthi bamnike.
So, sorry, my lord, just to qualify, when I say it's the only time the docket was out of my hand, I'm referring other than the times when it went to the DPP, both in Johannesburg and here in Pretoria.
Futhi ke uma ngathi ngithi ke isona sikhathi ke la idokodo sasilingekho kumina ke ngikhuluma ke ngaphandle kwesikhathi la khona ke idokodo ngangilithatha ngilise kuma office abeshushisi la ePitori kanye nase Johannesburg.
Now that, and emanating from your answer as to Warrant Officer Makubo, Colonel Buthelezi not reporting back to you as the investigating officer, and the fact that they do have copies of 636 each on them. Does that mean there was a parallel investigation by yourself and Makubo and Buthelezi and, yourself and Ramohala and Buthelezi and Makubo on this matter?
I wouldn't say there was a parallel investigation. My Lord, as I said, the lines of engagement, and that is the protocol, because I was not told officially there's a parallel investigation. When an instruction is given that this is the lead investigating officer, that is instruction. Protocol must be observed. That is now the discipline that we are taught in the police. Secondly, the chain of command in terms of seniority was very clear as to who is the leading investigating officer, other than the appointment itself. So there is no parallel investigation that I'm aware of. That's to answer Mr. Ramsipile's question. Secondly, there is only one docket, my Lord, that relates to the death of Senzo Meyiwa, and that is docket 636, Procedural 636 of 10/2014. What I know insofar as what could be termed parallel, and I don't know how, my Lord, is that docket 375 of 1/2019 was then opened, and I've heard this assertion that is parallel, but as I said in my evidence in chief, that is a docket of defeating the end of justice, not murder. So I'm not sure how the two can be parallel, because this is murder, this is defeating. This occurs in 2014, the docket of defeating gets opened in 2019. So I'm not aware, my Lord. I know that there's been this talk that parallel, but there's no parallel insofar as I know, my Lord.
Ngabe lokho kusho ukuthi ke uma uthi ke amakhophi ke noma ke uwarrant officer Makubo kanye naye ke uLieutenant Colonel Buthelezi benamakhophi ke alelo dokodo leli u63610 of 2019 ukuthi nanjengoba wena ke la noRamuhala kolunye uhlangothi niphenya nabo ke bayaphenya kolunye uhlangothi baphenya ngalo idokodo leli u63610 of 2014 yena ke uMakhubo kanye naye ke uButhelezi. Lokho ke angikwazi ukuthi babenzo lwabo uphenyo ngale nkathi thina senza ke uphenyo ngoba ke uma nkathi ke ngiqokwa ke ukuthi beyimina ungumholi lana ke ngokwasemaphoyiseni ke kunalokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke ubusinya ke noma ke ama-rank, futhi ke indlela ke safundiswa ngayo leyo ukuthi kwakuyimina owaqokwa nanjengo oyinhloko kwithimba eliphenyayo futhi ke nama-rank nawo ke ecacile. Uma ke manje sesikhuluma ke ngalo leli ke idokodo eliwu3751 of 2019, uma lona ke livulwa ngayo u2019, lapho ke icala ke lapho kwakuphazamisana nokusebenza komthetho. Lana ke ku63610 of 2014 kuphenywa icala lokubulala. Angazi ke manje ukuthi ke ukuphenya lokho okuhambisanayo kanjani uma amacala ehlukene.
Lastly, my Lord, on that aspect, as I've said again, that on the 29th of January 2019, when we met at the DPP's office, Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi and Warrant of Samakubo, the docket that I saw, not perusing it but seeing the file that they said, and obviously I picked it up during the discussion between Brigadier Perumal, the DPP and them. As I said, it was not a conducive meeting, but I do recall that the docket that they brought forward or said we are done with the investigation, it was in relation to 375 of 1/2019. I did not see them or hear them or observe them saying here's 375 and here's the district docket. They were simply referring to 375, and that is why I'm saying I'm not aware of any parallel investigation. Hence, on our side, meaning Brigadier Perumal and obviously I was in his company, insofar as this matter, we're far from over, my Lord, at that time.
Okunye futhi engakusho ukuthi ngaye uJanuary ka2019 kathi ke uLieutenant Colonel Buthelezi kanye naye ke uwarrant officer Makubo kuleyo mhlangano lowo ebengikhulumile ngayo kanye naye ke uBrigadier Perman khulumisana kwabo ke kanye ke nabeshushisi iDPP kanye futhi nabo ke hayi ukuthi idokodo engalithatha ke ngalibuka, kodwa ke idokodo engalibona ke beze nalo ke bekhuluma ngalo kwakuyona u375. Abashongo ke ukuthi siphethe u375 ngala siphethe yena ke u636. Yila abasho khona ke ukuthi mayelana naleli ke idokodo u375 thina ke sesiqedile ukuphenya. Ngaleso sikhathi ke kulothu uhlangothi ke ngikhuluma ke kanye ke noBrigadier Perman sasisekude ke ngokuthi ke singasho ukuthi sesiqedile ukuphenya u63610 2014.
You further stated that Makubo and Buthelezi are the current investigators of 37501 of 2019.
Yes, my Lord, as far as I know, correct.
Yebo ngokwazi kwami ke u-warrant officer Makhubo kanye naye ke u-Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi bona ke abaphenya u-3751 ka-2019.
And further that the A1, the complainant in 37501 2019, according to the information you have, is warrant officer Makhubo.
Yes, I said, my lord, specifically according to the system, in other words, the case system of the police, it indicates that it's warrant officer Makhubo, my lord. Yeah.
It's A1 ne?
Yeah, he's the complainant in short.
Futhi ke kulelo idokodo u-3751 2019 umuntu okuyena ke wafaka icala noma ke owamangala ke noma kuloko kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-case system emaphoyiseni noma ke u-A1 uyena u-warrant officer Makhubo.
And now, having had access to 37501 2019, and by access, I'm not saying perusal. I mean the time when you had it, when an order was made that disclosure of that docket should be made available to the defense team in this matter. If you can answer it, you can. If you can't, you can't. Do you know who the suspects are in 37501 of 2019?
My lord, my recollection, and I say this under correction, my recollection, because I want to assist as far as I can, I do know that it will be the people who were inside the house, according to what they allege, and I think Mrs. I don't know whether it's a Miss or Mrs. Piri. That's basically what I recall, my lord.
Uma uwazi ke ungasho uma ungazi ushoke kodwa ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi obani abasola kulena ke lolo idokodoke u-3751 2019 ngizama ke ukuthi ngilekelele la engwazi khona ke ukuthi ke kwabo abantu abasendlini ke futhi ke kuyashiwo ke uMiss noma ke uMrs Piri.
Now, at that meeting of the 29th of January 2019, with Brigadier Perumal, the DPP, and yourselves as the investigative team of 636 of 10/2014, what reasons did Makhubo and Buthelezi give for refusing to share that docket with a person appointed by the National Commissioner to come and coordinate 636 of 10 of 2014?
Yeah, my lord, I do not have a clear favoritism in terms of the response, but all I can say is that there was resistance. It should be noted, my lord, like I said, before this meeting of the 29th of January, there was already an engagement telephonically between the Brigadier Perumal, and the members, and I was told that there was resistance. So meeting there with the DPP and them, things were not really, it was a tense situation. Like I said, the Brigadier took exception in terms of protocol and discipline, but there were a lot of issues, my lord, which I don't think are relevant for this matter, except to say there was a tension, my lord, and I don't recall the reasons given, my lord.
Manje ke kulo mhlangano wokhona ke wange-29 zika January 2019 uBrigadier Peruman ihhovisi labashushisi iDPP kanye ke nethimba lelo elaliphenya ke ingabe sikhona yini izathu noma sasithini izathu esanikezelwa yibona ke oMakhubo kanye naye ke uButhelezi ukuthi ke bengafuniki ukuthi banikezeleke ngalo idokodo leliya u-3751 of 2019 kumuntu ke oqokiwe ukuthi kube uyena ke manje olekelelayo noma ke opholayo ukuthi ke kubhekwe amadokodo lana amabili. Angisakhumbuluke manje ukuthi ngikhumbuleke amazwi ukuthi imaphi ke amazwi akhishwa ukuthi kwakungani, kodwa ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngaphambi kwaleyo mhlangano loyo kwakhona ke ukukhulumisana noma ukuxhumana ke ngocingo la asho khona ke manje ke uPerman ukuthi ke abazange bavumeke mase ukuthi manje ngalelanga la nge-29 January 2019 yila ke futhi ke manje seku uBrigadier futhi ke senenkinga ke khona ukuthi ke manje abantu sebengalandeli ke ama protocol ke noma ke indlela ke yokusebenza futhi ke la bengavumi khona ukuthi nje cha idokodo benganikeza ingalo ukuthi kwangani izathu angisakhumbuli.
And that infighting, that those differences between yourself, Ramohala, Buthelezi, Makhubo, what effect, if any, did it have on the adequacy of investigation and the integrity of investigation of 636-10 of 2014?
Well, my lord, I wouldn't say it had any negative effect. One will recall, my lord, that as I said, at the beginning, it was a fact-finding type of a mission. It wasn't, the misunderstanding or the difference of opinion was not insofar as whether there is evidence to link, for example, accused 1 or accused 2 or any of these accused. It was really to dissect and see whether the docket, in terms of what is contained in the docket, not what someone is wishing, my lord, or what allegations are saying, whether the docket, in terms of the evidence contained in the docket, suggests indeed that there were no intruders or there were intruders. So the difference of opinion was insofar as that part, and that is where we walked our separate ways, my lord. So insofar as the investigations that led to the sight of these accused and eventually their arrest and the processes that followed, my lord, there was no issues or integrity or even a desire to say we simply followed, and I'm talking about me now, my lord, because I was now leading the team, without the 2 members. We simply followed the evidence and were guided by what was available at the time. We collected whatever we needed to collect, my lord, within the prescripts of the law. So there was nothing that was done out of those boundaries.
Just a moment, manje ke lokuthi ke kwakunokuhlukana ke noma ke nokungqubuzana kushayisana okwakukhona ke ingaba umuphi umthelela lokho okwaba nako ke kulona uphenyo lecala leli. Angeke ngisho ke mayiphendula ke ufakazi, ngeke ngisho ukuthi kwaba nomthelela ke owawungemuhle ke ngoba ke ukwehluka ke noma ke ukushayisana ke kwendlela ke sasibona ngayo ngaleso sikhathi kwakungahlangeneke nokuthi mhlambe kuthiwa hayi cha ukhulunywa lana ngomsolo woqala noma ke ubandakanye kanjani, kodwa ke kwakukushayisana nje kokuthi ke ingaba babekhona yini abantu abangena endlini ngalelo langa lela noma cha. Yilokho ke kwakufuna ukuthi ke kubonwe ke uma kuhlanganiswa lamadokodo lana amabili. Kodwa ke uma manje soqhubeka ke uphenyo ke noma mina ke engakwenza ke ngoba ke kwakuseyimina ke manje ohola ithimba ke ukuthi ke ngangilandela ubufakazi obabukhona noma ke ubufakazi enganginabo ngaleso sikhathi nokuthi ke ngiholwa ke yiloko okwakukhona kulona idokodo ngaleso sikhathi leso.
Now, just reverting to docket 375 of 01-2019, I know that it's got nothing to do with you, but the question is this. Are you aware that the DPP has yet to take or make a decision on whether or not to prosecute that docket?
As a court, please, my lord, I don't think that is correct. There is a letter to that effect. The DPP has made a decision, and his decision is to hold over a final decision pending the outcome of this matter.
Yes.
As the court pleases, my lord, I do take the response by my learned colleague. If I may, for contextual purposes, my lord, refer the witness to Exhibit Q, which is a directive or correspondence from the DPP dated the 26th of October 2022, and this correspondence was addressed to the erstwhile advocate of all the accused persons before court, Advocate M.D. Tefo, and this is an exhibit of this court, my lord, and I'm not sure whether the contents thereof have been placed on record, but in line with Mafaledi's case, my lord, I'll do so here. And it reads, the addressee, like I say, it's Advocate Tefo, and CC is Mr. Toban, who was the instructing attorney in this matter. And it says, dear sir, Ray Foslora's case 375 of 01-2019, S versus Sibia and 4 others, CC 67 of 2020. Paragraph 1 thereof, it reads, the National Director of Public Prosecutions has issued an amended directive on the 22nd of October 2020, August 2022, in terms of Section 22, subsection 3 of the National Prosecuting Act, National Prosecuting Authority Act 32 of 1998, read with Section 111 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, and also transferring jurisdiction in respect of Fosloras Cas 375 of 01-2019 from the area of jurisdiction of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Johannesburg, to the area of jurisdiction of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Gauteng Division, Pretoria. The amended directive will be handed up in court. Paragraph 2 thereof. This office is therefore mandated to make a decision in respect of Fosloras Cas 375 of 01-2019. Paragraph 3 thereof. In the light of the fact that the decision in Fosloras Cas 375 of 01-2019 depends on the credibility findings by the trial court in the current trial involving Fosloras Cas 63610 of 2014, I have therefore decided that the decision in Fosloras Cas 375 of 01-2019 will be made at the conclusion of the current trial. It is thus signed by the DPP of Pretoria, Gauteng Division, Mr. S. Mzinyati.
Kunale ncwadi ke efundo yena ke baba Msipile eyayibhalelwe ke loyo wayommeli wenyuke ngaleso sikhathi ke yena advocate MD Tefo yange 26 ka August 2022. Le ncwadi ke ifundeka ngalendlela ke ophethe ke ihhovisi labashushisi usho lokho noma ke usho lokho kulandelayo ukuthi ngale date 22 August 2022 esho ke umthetho u22 3 womthetho olawula ke labo ke ekuyibona abashushisayo ukuthi ke mayelana nedokodo ke uFosloras 3751-2019 lokho ke usho ke ihhovisi labashushisi ngaphansi kwase Johannesburg ukuthi ke le ihhovisi leli selithathe isinqumo ke umayelana ke nedokodo u3751-2019 ukuthi ngenxa yokuthi ke u3751-2019 uncikeke ukuthi ke inkantolo kuleli ke icala liwu-63610-2014 izonquma kanjani manje ke isinqumo ke ngo-3751 ka-2019 sizokwenziwa ke uma ngabe sekuqulwe laqedwa icala leli eliwu-636 eliphambi kwenkantolo njengamanje.
Yes, my lord, I'm aware of this letter.
Yebo incwadi lena ngiyayazi.
My Lord, just to correct myself, Advocate Tefo at the time represented only accused 1 to 4, not all of them, my Lord.
Ukulungisa ke lokho engikushilo ngaphambili ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso ke uadvocate Tefo wayemele ke umsolo woqala kuyofica ke kowesine hayi ukuthi wayebamele bonke.
As a court, please, my lord, just a correction. Exhibit Q, it's a letter addressed to Advocate Mshololo. It's exactly the same letter, but it is a letter addressed to Advocate Mshololo. This one addressed to Mr. Tefo was not handed up as an exhibit.
Sorry, my Lord, because the one that I have, and it may have been an error on my part, it's the one that's addressed to Advocate Tefo. I did not have the one that was addressed to Advocate Mshololo, but the essence is that the contents are the same, my Lord.
Yeah.
They mirror each other, my Lord, to the T. Now, the point that I was emphasizing was that this decision in respect of 375, for the people that you say are the people that were in the house essentially, including Maggie Piri, will be made based on the credibility findings made by this court in this matter regarding 375.
Correct, my lord, but it is insofar as the charge of defeating the end of justice, not the matter of Senzo, because the docket is very clear. It's a defeating charge, my lord.
Yes.
Kodwa ke okusho ile ncwadi ke ukuthi isinqumo mayelana naleli dokodo u375 sizothathwa kamuva ke uma le nkantolo ke isithatha isinqumo ngaleli icala u636 yebo kodwa ngiyafuna ke ukugcizelela ngisho ukuthi lelo idokodo kodwa ke alihlangeneke nokubulawa kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa kodwa ke uphazamisa noma kuma ke endleleni yokusebenza komthetho.
If I may get an opportunity to get my bearings on my notes. Now, before I go to the reasons, because during your evidence in chief, you mentioned several reasons why you say that you and Ramohala believe that there were intruders in the house on the 26th of October 2014 that perpetrated the offense that occurred there, correct?
Well, partly correct, my lord, in that the reasons I give in, those were my reasons.
Yes.
I analyzed, like I've said, everyone was given an opportunity to read the document independently. So Ramohala's views come in a sense that he was also of the view that there were people who came into the house, but I did not put it in a context that, my lord, this is what he found, the way I found it. I was simply putting my reasons to say, what is it that convinced me that they were intruders?
Uma bengisho-ke ngikhuluma-ke ngokuthi-ke mina-ke noRamuhala thina-ke sasikholelwa kwabo ukuthi ngempela babe khona abantu abangena-ke ukuthi-ke umuntu ngamunye-ke wanikezwa-ke idokodo ukuthi-ke ayifundele yena-ke mina-ke ngasho-ke ukuthi ngokufunda kwami-ke ngenxa yale izathu-ke ngiyingila engathola khona ngempela bakhona abantu abangena-ke naye-ke uRamuhala ngokufunda kwakhe-ke wase esho lokho naye.
Now, you testified that before coming to this belief that there were intruders, your initial belief as well was that there were no intruders. Am I quoting you correctly?
Yes, you're quoting me correct, but I also qualified it, my lord. I think when I was asked by Advocate Baloyi as to where was it coming from, and I said, basically from what I was briefed, it was not based on facts, it was not factual. When I read the docket, that's when I was able to make a decision based on the facts that were contained on the docket, my lord.
Ubushilo-ke nawe ngaphambilini ukuthi nawe-ke ubukholelwa-ke ekuthini-ke cha babengekho abantu abangena-ke lapha. Yebo-ke ungizwe kahle-ke ngikushilo-ke lokho, kodwa-ke ngachaza-ke ukuthi kwakungani-ke kwakungemayelana nalokho engakutshelwa-ke, kodwa manje uma sengihlala phansi sengifunda-ke manje sengithola-ke amaqiniso-ke phecelezi-ke ama-facts. Ila manje khona-ke engashintsha khona-ke manje-ke umqondo ngase ngibona-ke ngendlela eyahlukile.
And to that extent, I'm not talking about this belief from your part initially that there were no intruders. You made a statement to that effect, is that correct?
I don't think I made a statement, my lord. I think if Mr. Ramsipla said I made one, he can tell me. I don't recall. It was just a thought, like I said, when then, I don't have a recollection of that statement, my lord.
Ngikhumbule ukuthi-ke noma ngicabanga futhi ukuthi sikhona-ke istatement engasenza-ke nalokho-ke ukuthi ngangicabanga ukuthi-ke cha babengekho kwakuwumcabango nje kuphela ukuthi cha abekho abantu abangeni, kodwa uma ukuthi-ke othi sikhona-ke ngicela ngikhumbuze.
To be fair to you, the statement is not explicit to state that there were no intruders, but you deposed to a statement on the 19th of November 2020 at the NATCOM National Commissioner's Pretoria office. The statement was commissioned by Dowelani Dion Molauzi, who's a detective sergeant, and yes, it was deposed to, it was commissioned on the 23rd of November 2020 at 15:30 in the afternoon.
My lord, if it was made in November 2020, I doubt very much if I would have said or created an insinuation that there were no intruders, because if one looks at that date, the matter was already enrolled. In other words, this matter was enrolled on the 26th of October 2020. My recollection, and I think Mr. Ramsipele can refer me to the index number, I'll get to that statement, but I have an idea what he's talking about. The statement I made in November, my lord, relates to further investigation and the evidence I collected insofar as my request that I was trying to, my request in pursuance, or rather my application to have Kelly Kumalo charged. I think that is a statement, it pertains to that, because I talked to the evidence that I've collected, what is it that I think implicates her in addition to the confessions, and I think I'll talk to the issues of the numbers that were not disclosed. So that statement that I made in November, it is insofar as the application to the DPP to say Ms. Kelly Kumalo should be charged, you know, as he acted as a trigger point. That's my recollection. I don't think I would have said there were no intruders, my lord. All right.
Uma ke manje ukhuluma ngestatement eke in 19 November 2020 uyasho ke Mr. Ramsipili ukuthi sase commissioner ke nge 23 November 2020 angicabangi ke manje lapho uma uthi ke 2020 la khona ke manje kwaku ngisengicela noma ngisho khona ke ukuthi cha ngangingaphelele ukuthi bakhona abantu abangena lapho endlini ke ngoba ngaleso sikhathi ke manje icala ke laliseli noma ke babesebethesiwe ke amacala abasola lalisenkantolo ke uma ukhuluma ngaleso statement ngizoyibheka ke inamba yakho ngizoyithola cabanga ukuthi ke yila engangisenza khona ke isicelo ukuthi ke akathweswe amacala naye ke uKelly Khumalo isicelo leso engizangisenza ke kuyona ke iDPP ihhovisi lalabo abashushisayo ukuthi ke ngenxa ke yokufakaza obukhona ke amanamba lapho ke ngangenza khona leso sicelo sokuthi ke naye akathweswe amacala uMiss Kelly Khumalo.
Yes, my lord. So in November, my lord, if I can just assist the court, in November, there's a statement I made on the 20th of November 2020, and in no way would I say there were no intruders. And then
Okay.
the next one, like I said, unless Mr. Ramsipile can specifically refer me to it, the next one in November,
The one that I referred to, and let me give you the date and then just give a bit of a background of my understanding, but I want us to go to this statement.
yes,
Is
what
the
is
one-
the index number, Mr.
I
Ramsipile?
don't know what the index number is. On top it says A225.
Yes, that's the one I have in front of me, with
That one will
five
be-
pages.
It's got, now the one that I have is got 4 pages.
No, A225, it's 5 pages. So you have 105, it goes.
Mine has got 4 pages and the paragraphs, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the paragraphs are sequential until the end, so it cannot be that one.
Is it with 5 paragraphs?
Yeah, it's a big paragraphs, 5 paragraphs.
Yes, that's the one that I have, and that's the evidence. But let me hear you, Mr. Ramsipili. Yes, but I have it in front of me.
Just hear me out. And
Yes.
and you are indeed correct. Let me give you that. Regarding the context within which this statement was made, that it was in relation to an application for a Section 43 application, CPA, J50 warrant of arrest in respect of Ms. Kelly Khumalo. But
Yes.
I want to go through this with you and put certain questions to you.
Yes.
And this one, because it's typed out, I can read myself. My lord,
Yes.
I've already put the commissioning part on record that it was commissioned by Detective Sergeant Mulaudzi, but mine is dated differently, my lord. It's dated the 19th of November 2020 at 1500, and the commissioning happens on the 23rd of November 2020 at 1530. And with leave of the court, my lord, may I read this statement on record. Paragraph 1 thereof, it states, I am employed as a police officer in terms of Section 30 of the South African Police Service Act 68 of 1995. I perform my duties under the same act. I am currently stationed at the National Commissioner's Office as the commander of the cold case unit of the National Commissioner with rank of Colonel and service number with telephone number. I'm the leading investigating officer of Foslo Raskas 636 of 10/2014, which is a murder case where one Senzo Meyiwa was shot and killed on the 26th of October 2014 between 20:30 and 2100. The deceased was shot at the house belonging to the then his girlfriend, namely Kelly Khumalo. It initially appeared that it was a robbery gone wrong. Witness statements under oath indicated that the 2 black males entered the house demanding cell phones and money, purporting to be a house robbery. 7 adults and 1 child were present in the house when the accused entered. The witness stated that one of the accused was carrying a firearm purporting to be a revolver. This accused was described as a black male with big eyes, dreadlocks, wearing a khaki or brown jacket or top and a hat. He was shorter in height than the second suspect. The second suspect was described as tall, slender, neatly shaven, and dark in complexion. It is stated under oath that during the robbery in the said house, a struggle ensued between Senzo Meyiwa, the deceased, and the suspect carrying the firearm. 2 shots were fired by the suspect. One of the gun shots hit the deceased Senzo Meyiwa on close range in his chest and exited at the back of his body. The second accused focused on the rest of the witnesses, and in the process, one cellular phone belonging to Ms. Kelly Khumalo was robbed by the suspects during the committal of the offense. It is also stated under oath that suspicious suspects wearing specific clothing, amongst others a hoodie, were standing hidden but only a few meters from the crime scene prior to the incident, appearing to be typing on their cell phones. It is stated that the suspect fled on foot and a hat which was worn by the shooter was left on the crime scene. It is equally stated that the suspect's hidden away, which is explained to be linked to the offense, was seen running away from the crime scene. Identity kits were compiled through witnesses of these suspects. The victim was rushed to the hospital by the witnesses who were in the house. However, he was declared dead on arrival at the hospital. The incident took place between 20:30 and 2100. The deceased was declared dead on arrival at the hospital at 21:15. Paragraph 3. Investigations revealed that the cell phone which was robbed was picked up through cell phone towers until signal was lost, covering the area of Phosphorus Hostel. The said phone was never recovered to date or ever switched on again. The evidence explained herein under would indicate that the planning of the offense and gathering after the incident took place at Phosphorus Hostel. Investigation which resulted in evidence under oath revealed that the victim was murdered as a contractual assassination or hit rather than a robbery or a robbery gone wrong. Evidence under oath revealed that 6 suspects actively participated in the planning and execution of the contractual murder of Senzo Meyiwa at the directive of Kelly Khumalo. This suspect, in brackets, Nonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo, is first linked by means of confessions that were made by both accused number 1 and 2, as they both implicate her as the person that gave the instructions to kill Senzo Meyiwa. Investigations further revealed that she had 4 other cell numbers that she did not disclose to the police when these incidents took place. The numbers are as follows: 079, bullet point number 1, 079 494 8773. Bullet point number 2, 073 451 5017. Bullet point number 3, 073 388 6730. And the last bullet point, 061 456 2104. Investigations further revealed that she is linked to the actual perpetrators of this murder by means of cell phone linkages. These linkages connect her to accused 3 and 5. It was further discovered that through cell phone analysis that her cell phone memory has the same photo of a see-through bag containing cash notes, and in the exact position location, and spot as the one of accused 3. Longwetwala has the same bag of money. There is no reasonable explanation as to why Kelly Khumalo will be in contact telephonically with hitmen of her boyfriend. There is also communication records between her and her sister shows that as early as 2013, she wanted to get rid of the deceased, as she puts it clearly on the WhatsApp messages. It is abundantly clear that she hated him and wanted to get rid of him. She further states that she regrets not succeeding to get rid of him before. Taking into account all of these facts, an inference can be drawn that she meant killing him. Paragraph 4. Evidence by means of sworn, corroborating, and independent witness statements establish a causal link between the offenders and the offenses of murder, robbery with aggravating circumstances, possession of unlicensed firearms, and the unlawful possession of ammunition, and conspiracy to commit murder. Ms. Kelly Khumalo seems to be the trigger point of this offense. I hereby apply for the warrant of arrest for Nonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo on charges of conspiracy to commit murder and murder. Paragraph 5, it's the taking of the oath. It is that signed by yourself and commissioned by the commissioner who I have mentioned before, Detective Sergeant Mulawuti.
Yes, my lord.
It's highlighted.
The statement ke Mr. Kamsipila qeda usifunda sabhala yena ke ubrigadier sango 2020 ngisebenza mina ke ohola ithimba labaphenyi kwicala uFosila 63610-2014 okuyicala ke lokubulala la khona ke uSenzo Meyiwa wadutshulwa wabulawa khona ke ngazo i-26 October 2014 isikhathi phakathi kuka 8:30 kanye ke no-9 ebusuku noma ke ntambama. Umufike wadutshulela ke enemuzini ekwakula kwakukibo ke kwalo owayethandana naye ngaleso sikhathi uKelly Khumalo. Eqaleni ke kwakubukeka ngokungathi ke kwakuyobanjwa ke inkunzi, kodwa ke lokho akwahamba kahle. Kodwa ke izitatimende zofakazi ke befungile ziyasho ke ukuthi ke kwangena ke abelisa abamnyama ababili befuna ke omakhalekhukhwini kanye futhi ke nemali, benza ke ngokungathi ke laba bezobamba khona ke inkunzi. Abantu ke abadala noma sabekhululeke abawu7 kanye nengane eyodwa babe khona ke endlini lapho. Uma abasolwa ke bengena, ofakazi bayasho ke ukuthi ke oyedwa ke ubona ke abasolwa labo ke wayephethe isibhamu ekwakubukeka ngathi ke kwakuyi-revolver. Loyo ke umsolwa ke bamchaza ke nanjengomuntu ke noma ke indoda ke umuntu omnyama eyayinamehlo amakhulu nama-dreadlocks, wayefake futhi ke noma ke egqoke ujaketi okhakhi kanye futhi ke noma ke itop kanye futhi ke nesigqoko. Wayemfishane ke yena ke uma umqhathanisa nalo wesibili umsolwa. Owesibili umsolwa ke yena kuma bemchaza bathi ke wayemude ke futhi ke ezacile futhi ke egunde nje kahle futhi ke bemchaza ukuthi ke wayedakhi ke ngebala. Bayasho ke futhi befungile ukuthi ke ngaleso sikhathi leso ke kubanjwa ke inkunzi kuloyo muzi lowo, kunala ekwalwisana khona ke phakathi kwakhe uSenzo umufi kanye futhi ke nomsolwa loyo owayephethe isibhamu. Isibhamu lapho ke saqhuma ke saqhunyiswa ke amahlandla amabili uyena umsolwa ihlandla elilodwa ke lapho lashaya yena ke umufi uSenzo Meyiwa umshayela ke eduze esifubeni lase yophuma ke inhlamvu emuva noma ke emhlane kuyena. Owesibili ke umsola yena ke wayebhekene nabanye abantu laba ababephakathi ke endlini noma ofakazi ke kulokho ke kwathathwa ke umakhalekhukhwini oyedwa okwakuwowakhe uMiss Kelly Khumalo uthathwa uyena ke umsola kathi ke kwenzeka ke lokho bayasho ke futhi befungile uthi abanye ke abasolwa ke ekwabe noma ke babanye abantu ababesoleka ke bona ke ababefake babegqoke okuthize phakathi kwabo ihoodie bona ke babeyimele futhi ke ubona ukuthi baqashile ke kuma mitha nje ambalwa ke kusukela nala isigameko sasenzeka khona njengaphambi kokuthi noma ngaphambi kokuthi isigameko leso ke senzeke bebukeka ngathi abantu ababebhala komakhalekhukhwini babo. Kuyashiwo futhi ukuthi ke uma abasolwa ke noma emuva kwesigameko leso babaleka ke ngazo inyawo kanye futhi ke isigqoko somunye ke umsolwa ke noma ke esasigqokwe umsola lowo okuyena ke owadubula sasala ke ngaphakathi endlini lapho. Bayasho futhi ukuthi ke abasolwa ukuthi ke abasolwa labo ke ababeyifihleleke futhi abahlanganiswayo ke naso isigameko leso babona ke nabo bebaleka ke besuka kwindawo leyo yesigameko. Kunala khona ke ekwase kuhlanganiswa noma ke kudwetshwa khona ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi phecelezi ke ama identity kit ibona ke ofakazi bedweba bona ke abasolwa wathathwa ke umufi ke wahanjiswa ke esibhedlele ibona ofakazi ababephakathi ke endlini. Kodwa ke uma kufika ke esibhedlele noma ke emtholampilo ila ekwashiwo khona ke ukuthi cha akasekho noma ke akasekho emhlabeni. Isigameko lokho senzeka phakathi ke kuka 8:30 kanye ke no9 ebusuku. Umufi ke kwashiwo ke ukuthi ke noma batshelwa ke ukuthi useshonile ngaye u21:50 noma ke u9 ebusuku. Uphenyo ke lona ke lwaveza ke noma ke lwatshengisa ke ukuthi umakhalekhukhwini lo owathathwa ke khona lapho noma ke owabanjwa inkunzi khona lapho uma kusetshenziswa ke amathawa ila owatholwa khona isignal ukuthi ke wawukwindawo yase Phosphorus ehostel khona ke lo makhalekhukhwini lo awukazeke utholakale kuze kube manje noma uphinde futhi ke usebenzeke. Ubufakazi buyasho futhi ke ukuthi ke ukuhlelwa ke kwaso isigameko lesi kwenzeka noma ke uma sekuyohlanganwa ke emuva kwesigameko lokho kwenzeka ehostel yase Phosphorus. Uphenyo futhi ke olwaholela ke ekuthini kube nobufakazi ke obufungele buyaveza ke ukuthi uma ngabe ebulawa ke umufi ke ukuthi ke into ke leyo eyayihleliwe ke kodwa kwangasikona ukuthi kuyobanjwa inkunzi noma ke kwahamba akuzange kuhambe ngendlela kodwa kwakuyobanjwa inkunzi kodwa kwakuyinto ehleliwe. Ubufakazi futhi ke obufungelwe ke buyaveza ke ukuthi abasolwa abayisithupha ibona ke babe yingxenye ekuhleleni kanye futhi nokuthi ke kwenziwe ukuthi noma kwenzeke ke lokho ukuthi ke abulawe ke yena uSenzo Meyiwa lokho kuphuma kuyena uKelly Khumalo. Lo msola lona ke unonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo okokuqala ke uhlanganiswa ngezitatimende ke zogonyuluka ezenziwa ke abasolwa ababini owokuqala kanye nowesibili. Nanjengoba bobabili ke besho ukuthi uyena ke umuntu owakhipha ke izwi lokuthi ke uSenzo Meyiwa akabulawe. Uphenyo futhi ke olufungelwe uphenyo futhi ke liyaveza ke ukuthi wayenomakhalekhukhwini abawu4 noma amanamba amane angazange awasho noma ke awatshele amaphoyisa ngazo lezo inamba lezo nkathi isigameko lesi senzeka. Lawo manamba ke ila 0794948773 0734515017 0733886730 0614562104. Luyaqhubeka ke uphenyo luveze ukuthi ke uhlanganiswa ke nokubulawa kwakhe ke umufi ke ngokuxhumana ke ngomakhalekhukhwini kanye futhi-ke lokho kumhlanganisa naye-ke umsolwa wesithathu kanye nowesihlanu. Okunye futhi okwatholakala-ke ngokucwaninga kwabo omakhalekhukhwini ukuthi-ke i-cellphone yakhe noma-ke kwi-albamu-ke i-memory album yakhe-ke unesithombe-ke la isithombe leso nesikhwama-ke okwaziyo ukubona ngaphakathi kusona-ke esasinemali ngaphakathi ngendlela nje efanayo noma-ke i-position efanayo kanye futhi nendawo njengaleso esatholakala noma-ke kumakhalekhukhwini wakhe umsolwa wesithathu uLongwethwala naye-ke enaleso sikhwama leso semali. Asikho-ke isizathu noma-ke ukuchazeka-ke okuzwakalayo ukuthi kungani uKelly Khumalo engathi-ke axhumaneke nabantu ekuyibona abantu abadubula-ke noma ababulala-ke loyo awayethandana naye. Kukhona futhi-ke nokuxhumana-ke noma-ke ama-records phakathi kwakhe kanye nodadewabo okutshengisa ukuthi kusukela ngo-2013 wayefuna-ke ukuthi-ke amgudluzeke umufi, nanjengoba esho-ke kuyena-ke kuma-messages ka-WhatsApp kucace bha ukuthi-ke wayemzonda futhi-ke efuna ukuthi-ke amgudluze. Uyasho futhi-ke ukuthi-ke uyayisola ngokuthi-ke engazange aphumeleleke ngokuthi amgudluze ngaphambili. Uma-ke uthatha lokhu-ke kanye futhi nawo onke amaqiniso-ke akukho okunye-ke ongacabangela-ke ngaphandle kokuthi-ke uKelly Khumalo kwakuyinhloso yakhe-ke ukuthi ambulale. Ubufakazi obufungelwe obuxhumanisayo-ke futhi kanye futhi-ke nofakazi abayimele buyasho-ke ukuthi kwakukhona-ke ukuhlangana okwakukhona phakathi kwalabo abakwenza-ke lokhu kanye ngokubulala noma-ke inhloso kwakukubulala, ukubamba inkunzi, tholakala futhi nezibhamu kanye futhi-ke ngokungekho emthethweni kanye futhi nazo-ke iy'nhlamvu ukuthi-ke kubulawe. uMiss Kelly Khumalo-ke kuyabonakala-ke ukuthi kwaba uyena-ke umuntu oqala-ke noma-ke owayephambili-ke kukona konke lokho. Yingakho-ke ngenza lesi sicelo-ke isicelo sencwadi yokuthi-ke aboshwe-ke uNonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo kwinsolo zokubulala.
Thank you, Mr. Jonas. Now, Brigadier, I want us to go back to the statement and I want to put certain questions to you. Before I do you still maintain the truthfulness of this statement?
Yes, I do, my lord.
Ukuthi-ke lokho okubhalwe kule statement kuyiqiniso-ke ngisamile kona lokho.
Now, at paragraph 2, where it says, it initially appeared to be that it was a robbery gone wrong. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, my lord. If one looks at the statement, and I think I dealt with this part, that when I was doing the analysis stage, but this analysis was based on what is contained on the docket. Statements of the people who were in the house are clearly indicating that the perpetrators, the alleged perpetrators who came in, demanded cell phones and money. There was no indication, if you look in those statements, that there was an intention, there was a contractual arrangement to eliminate the deceased, my lord. It was an issue of a robbery that would have went wrong, and subsequently the deceased was shot. That assertion in paragraph 2, I base it on the facts that are contained in the statements disposed by the people who were inside the house, my lord.
Lana engibhalwe khona-ke noma-ke ekubhalwe khona-ke ku-paragraph 2 ukuthi-ke ekuqaleni-ke kwakubukeka-ke engathi-ke kwakuzobanjwa inkunzi-ke kodwa-ke lokho-ke akwahamba-ke ngendlela. Uma ubheka-ke noma ubuka-ke iy'tatimende zabo ofakazi ey'khona-ke kudokodo bayasho-ke ukuthi abantu-ke ababili labo abangena endlini bafuna-ke omakhalekhukhwini bafuna-ke nemali. Akukho la khona-ke basho khona-ke ukuthi-ke cha kwakuzobulawa lo muntu kodwa-ke lokho akwahamba kahle-ke. Uma ubuka nje lokho kodwa nje ukuthi-ke kwafuna imali kwafuna omakhalekhukhwini kwase kudubuleka yena-ke umufi. Lokho kukutshela-ke noma kutshengisa-ke ukuthi-ke kwakuzobanjwa inkunzi kodwa-ke akwahamba ngendlela.
And where it says 7 adults and 1 child were present in the house when the accused entered. In hindsight, now that we know, how many kids were in the house?
My lord, at the time I thought there was 1, but I do know that it was brought to my attention that there were 2 children. So the adults includes the deceased, but the children which I did not confirm, but it was brought to my attention that there may have been another child belonging either to Ms. Kelly Kumalo. I'm not so sure, but there was make mention of a second child, my lord. But personally, I have not independently confirmed that, my lord.
Yebo ke lapho unyuma khona ke ngabantu ke abadala ke abayisikhombisa kanye nengane eyodwa ke kodwa ke kamuva ke ngasengitshelwa ke ukuthi ke wangenzeka ukuthi wayekhona ke noma yayikhona eyesibili ke ingane kodwa mina ke angikaze nje ngazenzela leso siqinisekiso kodwa ke ngatshelwa ukuthi kwangenzeka ukuthi yayikhona ke eyesibili ingane.
And then I read the sentence beneath that, which says, the witnesses stated that one of the accused was carrying a firearm purporting to be a revolver. Which witnesses mentioned that one of the suspects possessed a revolver?
My lord, I may not recall the names, but they do indicate the witnesses, and I'll have to go through now the A1s if I must, so that I can specify. But the witnesses who were inside the house, they do indicate that the people were carrying some type of a revolver, a firearm with a wheel. And subsequently, there were statements taken by that investigating team to try and correct it, where people were also coming and saying they have no experience of identifying whether it's a revolver or not. So this is contained in the statement. So if I need to specify which witness, I'll have to go through their statements, my lord. But it is contained in the statements of the people that were inside the house.
Ngiyaqhubeka ukufunda ukuthi ke ofakazi ke basho ke ukuthi omunye wabasolwa ke wayephethe isibhamu okwakubuka ngathi ke i-revolver. Imuphi ke ufakazi owakusho lokho noma yibaphi ofakazi abakusho? Kuzofaneleka ukuthi manje ngibheke ke lama statements abizwa ngokuthi phecelezi ke ama A1. Kodwa ke uma ngabe babechaza ke babesho ukuthi omunye wabo wayephethe ke isibhamu ke esasi nesondo, kwafanele ukuthi ke futhi ke la kuphinde kuyolungiswa ke lokho la bashoyo khona ukuthi abazi lutho ke bona ngebhamu ukuthi bangasichazana. Kuzofanele kodwa ngibheke ukuthi yibaphi ofakazi abakusho lokho.
Yes.
For the sake of brevity, Brigadier, I am absolutely interested in the witnesses that mentioned in their statements that they saw what a firearm that is a revolver. But I'm not going to make you go through all the A1s in this court now. I'll pack it and I'll do that as a homework for myself and yourself, so that when we come on Wednesday next week, we revisit this point. I'll also go and verify of all the people that were in the house except the deceased, who says they saw a revolver, because this is a pivotal point in this case.
Indeed, my lord, but I can say it without a shadow of a doubt, my lord. Even if the name revolver, and I agree with Mr. Ramsipe, let us do that. Even if the name revolver specifically may not have been used, but I'm not saying it was not used. I do recall without a shadow of a doubt that someone says it's a firearm with a wheel. Now, a firearm with a wheel is a revolver. I was trained in firearms, I know what it means, but I agree. Perhaps let us look into those statements and come and address the court accordingly.
Lokho kona ke ngingakusho nje ngaphandle komgabaza ukuthi ukhona ke owakusho noma ke ngasakhumbula ukuthi ubani ukuthi wakhuluma ngesibhamu esinesondo ke mina nanje ngomuntu owaqeqeshwa ke ngebhamu ngiyazazi ke ibhamu ukuthi ke isibhamu esinesondo i-revolver.
And in supplementation of that homework that we are going to do, I may, in the meantime, refer you to Exhibit J, which is A46, which is a report by the facial image analyst, warrant officer Amanda Yvonne Steenkamp, who initially compiled the identity kits, which part of which form Exhibit BB, but I want us to go to Exhibit J.
Must we go there now?
Yes.
All right. Yes, I am on A46, my lord.
Okay. My lord, I'm not sure as well with this, whether it was referred to in passing during the evidence in chief previously, or whether the contents thereof were actually placed on record. So I think, my Lord, for the sake of completeness, I will also have to read the contents of this statement on record, and the specific aspect thereof that I'm concerned with is the witnesses that Warrant Officer Steenkamp worked with to compile this identity kit and the firearm that they described to Warrant Officer Steenkamp. And on the first page, which is this one, it simply says facial image analysis.
Yes.
And page 2 thereof, it says Fosleras CAS 636 of 10/2014, murder and robbery. And it says, I, Amanda Yvonne Steenkamp, do hereby state under oath that, and occupation and position in the South African Police. I am a warrant officer in the South African Police, force number, I won't mention it, stationed at the Facial Identification Unit at the LCRC in Pretoria, that is the local criminal record center in Pretoria, Protea Glen, where I am employed as a facial identification specialist with telephone number that I'm not gonna put on record. Qualifications and experience. I have 22 years service in the South African Police since 1991. I'm employed as a facial identification specialist at the South African Facial Identification Section since 1997. The functions I perform on a daily basis include the following: facial compilations, facial comparisons, and facial mappings, two-dimensional facial reconstructions of decomposed bodies and facial aging. I received training in the facial identification functions at the CRC, which I presume is the Criminal Record Center Training Section in Pretoria, and received facial identification specialist status during 1998. I received scarcity skills allowance for facial identification functions. I'm a facial identification section commander at Protea Glen Facial Identification Office. I am responsible for managing the section at Protea Glen. My responsibilities involve the managing of the section, 24-hour inspection, pocketbook, logbook, and case docket inspection of the member under my command. I compiled thousands of facial compilations, sketches, and two-dimensional reconstructions of decomposed faces, and since 2012, comparisons on a daily basis. I gave lectures at training institutes to investigating officers and in-service training to new facial identification members. On the 11th of March 2014, I testified in an armed robbery case in Krugersdorp CAS 234 of 08 of 2012 and Randfontein CAS 348 of 08 2012. The accused, Olani Fihlani, was found guilty on the expert evidence in Protea Regional Court 7, CAS 43 of 1495, 2013. And she goes on to put her training and qualification, which I'll read for record so that when she is called, this is not repeated. I also received the following relevant training within the South African Police. 1997, a 3-week training course in the facial identification field, interviewing an ID kit, 2000 software, and Adobe Photoshop. 1998, ISUS, that is ISUS, course individuals structures, activities, and extended research. 2008, an FARC course, that is facial and cranial anatomy, that's got to do with the face, University of Pretoria, presented by Professor M. Stein. 2008, the facial identification workshop, in brackets, E-FIT, that is capital E and FIT, and Phantom and Composite Lab and Adobe Photoshop software, close brackets. 2010, the E-FIT software course, in brackets, presented by Dr. Chris Solomons, the Vision Metric Forensic Imaging, University of Kent in Scotland, close brackets. In 2010, the facial aging course, presented by Captain Brias, that is B-R-I-E-R-S, in brackets. In 2011, the basic police training at the Chatsworth Police Academy in KwaZulu-Natal. In 2012, the advanced facial image mapping and comparison course hosted by the Forensic Anthropology Research Center at the Department of Anatomy, University of Pretoria, presented by Professor Caroline Wilkinson, that is W-I-L-K-E-N-S-O-N, University in brackets of Dundee, Scotland. And then in 2013, the refresher course in craniofacial identification and facial comparison and photography, University of Pretoria, presented in brackets by Professor Stein, M. Stein. And then the paragraph 4 thereof, it still states the case number and her names, and she states under oath as follows. On Monday, the 24th of October, on Monday, the 2014, 10/29, I was called out to Vosloorus detectives accompanied by Lieutenant Colonel M.J. Streicher, that is S-T-R-E-I-C-H-E-R, Operational Commander Procedural, LCRC, to interview witnesses in case 676-1024 Vosloorus. I think that's a mistake there, but I read it as it is. Murder and armed robbery. I interviewed several witnesses individually. My first witness was Kelly Khumalo. Kelly told me in short that she and the deceased walked to the convenience store. Upon return, Kelly, deceased family member and friends had a smoke outside the house. Mrs. Khumalo called them inside to say goodbye. They sit down and start chatting again. Kelly was sitting near the kitchen when she saw two unknown African males entering the house. Suspect A, capital A in brackets, appeared, entering. Kelly was sitting near the kitchen when she saw two unknown African males entering the house. Suspect capital A in brackets appeared very aggressive and demanded cell phones and money. This suspect was approached by Kelly, and the deceased jumped up towards suspect A. A scuffle between suspect A and the deceased started. The next moment, Kelly heard two gunshots. She gave the following description. African male, in his 20s, dark brown, shiny complexion, dreadlocks hairstyle, no scars, no facial hair, golden insert in upper teeth, language, local Zulu. He was wearing a brown jacket with a woolen collar. He was not clean in appearance. Suspect A entered the house first. He was armed with an old black revolver. Kelly could not describe the second suspect. After compilation, she was satisfied with the ID kit. She compiled the face with the headgear. The second witness was Kelly's sister. My lord, let me pause here. I see it's 1:04. Initially, we had resolved that we were going to ask the court to adjourn early, but since we started late today, I think we should take the normal lunch adjournment, then we'll come back after lunch.
Okay. That's so sad.
abongikazi-ke ahlukahlukeneke ngokwahlukile. Ufakazi wokuqala-ke kwakuwuKelly Khumalo. UKelly wangitshela nje kafushane ukuthi-ke yena-ke nomufi babehamba-ke noma-ke bahamba-ke baye esitolo. Uma ngabe bebuya-ke uKelly nomufi yena bona-ke kanye nomndeni kanye futhi-ke nabangani babebhema-ke ngaphandle endlini. uMrs Khumalo wabe esebabizela ngaphakathi-ke ukuthi bazovalelisa, bahlala phansi base bexoxa. Futhi-ke uKelly wayehlezi eduze-ke nasekhishini, kathi-ke ebona abalisa ababili abamnyama bengena endlini. Owokuqala-ke noma-ke ususpect A wakubukeka-ke yena-ke engathi uyena-ke futhi owafuna ama-cellphones kanye nemali. Lo msolwa-ke uyena owaza kuKelly. Wabese umufi-ke esejompa-ke eya kuyena-ke umsolwa u-A noma-ke ususpect A, yila abalwisana khona-ke ususpect A kanye-ke naye umufi. Emuva kwalokho-ke uKelly wezwa isibhamu siqhuba kabili, wamchaza-ke ngale ndlela elandelayo ukuthi-ke umuntu wesilisa iminyaka yakhe-ke angaba kuma-20, futhi-ke iskin sakhe-ke noma-ke ubuso bakhe, iskin wayengathi-ke si-dark brown, wayenama-dreadlocks-ke ekhanda, engenazo ibaza, futhi-ke engenazo ney'nwele ebusweni, futhi-ke ene-gold ayenayo-ke kwizinyo langaphezulu. Khuluma isiZulu, wayegqoke ijakhethi eyayi-brown kanye futhi-ke eyayinekhola. Ngendlela wayebukeka ngayo-ke wayengabukeki eklini. Ususpect A-ke wangena-ke qala endlini, uyena owayephethe i-revolver endala emnyama ngombala. uKelly-ke akakwazanga-ke umchaza noma akazange akwazi umchaza-ke umsolwa wesibili. Emuva-ke kwalokho waneliseka-ke ileyo ID kit leyo, futhi-ke wamdweba-ke enesigqoko futhi. Owesibili-ke ufakazi engakhulumisana naye kwakuwuZandile, udadewabo uKelly Khumalo, uZandile Khumalo. Naye-ke wangitshela-ke okufanayo nalokho-ke nalokho engangisengikutsheliwe mayelana-ke nobuso bakhe umsolwa lokuqala. La ahluka khona-ke wangeza-ke yena ukuthi-ke wayenamashiya ayenawo-ke, wawabona-ke futhi uma ngabe kwabuka isigqoko kathi-ke elwisana naye umufi. Naye-ke akazange akwazi-ke ukuthi amchazeke owesibili umsolwa. Owesithathu-ke umuntu engakhulumisana naye kwaba uyena uTumelo Madlala. Naye-ke owayengaphathekile kahle, wabona kunokulisana phakathi kwakhe umsolwa u-A noma owokuqala kanye nomufi. Emuva kokuthi ezwe ukuqhuma kwesibhamu wabaleka-ke waye kwelinye lamagumbi endlini. Naye-ke wachaza-ke ngendlela efanayo-ke mayelana naye umsuspect u-A. Ngamtshengisa-ke lokho engakudwebile noma engakutshela uyena-ke uKelly kanye nodadewabo. Naye-ke wayenelisekile-ke ngayo leyo kit. Akazange futhi naye-ke wayengekho kwisimo noma engakwazi-ke kumchaza owesibili umsolwa. Owesine-ke engakhulumisana naye ufakazi kwaba u-LS Thwale. Naye-ke wangichazela-ke ngendlela efanayo noma washo ngendlela efanayo mayelana nalokho okwenzeka kwindawo yesigameko. Wabona-ke kunokulisana kwakukhona phakathi kwa-suspect A nomufi. Emuva kokuthi ezwe ukuqhuma kwesigwami wabe esebaleka-ke eyofuna usizo. Owesibili-ke naye-ke akazange akwazi-ke ukuthi amchaze. Owesihlanu-ke ufakazi kwakuwu-Mr. T Makeleni, ohlala eNomzamo 3942, owachaza-ke ubusoka noma ukuthi waye kanjani-ke ususpect B. Uthi yena kumayesho wabona abantu abathathu angabazi abalisa abamnyama kwindawo-ke athi-ke yi-gas station, bebhizi-ke kuma-cellphone abo. Wawabona-ke waphinde wababona-ke futhi emzini kamama kaKelly. Ususpect B uyena-ke wayemi egeyithini. Wachaza-ke ngale ndlela elandelayo ukuthi-ke umuntu wesilisa omnyama angaba neminyaka ewu-25, 1.80 amamitha ukuba mude, enomzimba-ke omncane. Emchaza-ke ney'mpahla awayegqokile, i-black, i-top eyayimnyama enehudi. Futhi-ke ufakazi lowo wabona-ke ukuthi wayenezinyo legolide la kumazinyo angaphezulu, ama-dreadlocks, washo-ke nange-mustache kanye futhi-ke nentshebe. Futhi-ke ufakazi wabona-ke into esandleni sakhe-ke ekwakubukeka noma kwangathi-ke yisibhamu. Akazange-ke aphinde akwazi ukumchaza-ke. Owesithupha-ke kwakuwuSiphiwe noma uSiphiwe. Yena-ke akukho nje akushilo kodwa nje washo ukuthi-ke wabona-ke imoto engabandala e-green noma blue eyisideni eduze-ke ko-danger box. Abalisa ababili-ke abayengabazi ababehlezi emotweni kanye nabanye ababili ababengaphandle emotweni. Emuva-ke kwemizuzu nje embalwa-ke imoto yase ihamba. Kwasala-ke emuva-ke abathathu abalisa angabazi futhi-ke nabo bebhizi emafonini abo. Ufakazi ushilo-ke ukuthi wababona-ke bebaleka. Phambili-ke kwakuwumuntu oyenama-dreadlocks ephethe isibhamu esandleni. Abanye abasolwa base bejompa-ke ubonda. Mina-ke uKenneth Fletcher kanye nami-ke sase sihamba-ke e-Procedural kuma-detectives ayobona-ke umama uKhumalo emzini wakhe. Saba nenhlolokhono nomama uKhumalo emzini kamakhelwane, naye wachaza-ke ngendlela-ke efanayo mayelana naye umsolwa wokuqala noma-ke ususpect A. Ngimtshengisa-ke lokho njengoba-ke okushiwo abanye ofakazi, washo-ke naye ukuthi kubona-ke ukufana ebusweni. Abanye abasolwa abakwazanga ukuthi abachaze.
Thank you, Mr. Jonas. Now, Brigadier, the primary reason why I referred you to this statement, we were talking about the issue of the description of the firearm that some of the witnesses that were present in the house described to the police officers initially at the beginning of this investigation.
That is correct, my lord, and indeed, if one looks at the paragraph on A46, the interview with Ms. Kelly Khumalo, she does say it's an old revolver.
Imbangela-ke brigadier yokuthi-ke ngifundeke lokhu ingoba ushilo-ke ukuthi eqaleni-ke ofakazi bakhulumele-ke nge-revolver. Uma ufunda-ke lana-ke u-interview naye-ke uMiss Khumalo kubhaliwe-ke lana ukuthi washo-ke ukuthi kwakuyi-revolver endala.
But furthermore, my lord, during the lunchtime, I had an opportunity to peruse some of the statement, not completely, but I can say A9 by Mr. Longotwala, specifically paragraph 6, says it was a revolver. A9 paragraph 6, Longotwala.
Kodwa-ke ngibenaso-ke isikhathi-ke uma sesiphumeleke isikhathi noma-ke ilunch ukuthi kuyena-ke u-A9 ku-paragraph 6 ukuthi-ke ngibheke-ke i-document kodwa-ke angiyibhekanga zonke. A9 paragraph 6 yena-ke uLongotwala uyasho-ke lapho ukhuluma nge-revolver.
The same assertion, my lord, is also said by A10, Mr. Tumelo Madlala, in paragraph 5, where he says it's a 38 special when he described the firearm that he saw.
18 paragraph
5.
Lokho-ke nabo-ke kuyaphindwa futhi-ke uyena-ke uTumelo Madlala ku-A10 paragraph 5 yena-ke ekhuluma nge-38 special.
But what is prudent, my lord, is that subsequent to this statement, there were further statements taken where some of these witnesses were then correcting what was contained, where they said they've got no experience with firearms, they could not have said that and all that and all that. But this is what was said initially at the beginning.
Yilokho okwashiwo-ke ekuqaleni, kodwa-ke kamuva-ke zikhona-ke itatimende la khona-ke labafakazi-ke manje sebelungisa-ke lokho abakusho-ke bethi-ke ulwazi lwey'bhamu abanazo-ke manje ngeke kwenzeke ukuthi babekushilo-ke lokho kuthiwa babekushilo ngaphambilini.
Yes, my lord.
And to be fair to you as well, Tumelo Madlala, when he was asked on this aspect, he says he could not have mentioned the word revolver or .38, but that the firearm that he observed was the one with a wheel. That's the rider or the proviso that he put when he testified in this court.
Well, my lord, I wasn't in court, but I've got no reason to doubt what Mr.
Yes.
Ramsikul is saying. But it will be difficult for me to comment on his evidence.
Kuzoba nzima-ke kumina ukuthi-ke manje ngiphawuleke ubufakazi bakhe uTumelo Madlala uma uthi-ke wathi yena-ke wabona-ke isibhamu esinesondo ngangekho enkantolo futhi-ke anginaso isizathu sokuthi ngingamkholelwa-ke Mr. Ramsikul.
I will come back and converse with you at a much later stage, Exhibit J again, especially when it pertains to the identification of accused number 2, Mr. Ntanzi. Because from what I've read here, all of the people that were in the house, when they met Ms. Amanda Steenkamp for the compilation of this report, they all stated to her that they could not identify the second suspect And you can confirm that from what I've read from Exhibit J, is that correct?
Yes, I can confirm what is written in Exhibit J, but Exhibit J, my lord, is the note made by Warrant Officer Steenkamp.
Yes.
So to make the right context, one needs also to look at the statements made by the people who were inside the house, because they do give a description. Even if it's not accurate, they do, to the best of their ability, describe the first suspect and the second suspect. But I agree insofar as Exhibit J, but that does, it's basically an extract of what Warrant Officer Warrant Officer Steenkamp was doing, but there are statements of the people who were in the house insofar as the description of the suspects.
Uzovumelana-ke nami uma ngithi-ke kuloko kubhalwe uyena-ke uSteenkamp lana ukuthi bonke kofakazi bayasho ukuthi-ke abakwazi ukuthi bamchaze noma bamsho-ke lo owesibili-ke umsola. Yebo, ngiyakuvuma-ke lokho, kodwa lokho kumayelana kuphela-ke nama-notes noma lokho okwabhalwa uyena-ke u-Warrant Officer Steenkamp, kodwa kunama-statements ofakazi-ke abamchazayo-ke noma-ke bengekho-ke accurate uma singasebenzisa lelo gama-ke noma-ke bengasho ngqo, kodwa-ke kunalaba abamchaza khona-ke lo owesibili umsola.
And just for clarification purposes, still on Exhibit J, the witnesses T. Makeleni and the ones P. were, although it's incorrectly spelled, these were people that were not in the house at the Kumalo household on the 26th of October 2014. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Laba ababili-ke uT. Makeleni kanye naye-ke uSiphiwe abantu-ke laba ababangekho-ke noma bangekho phakathi kuleyo muzi lo wakaFumalo ngalelo langa, yebo kuyiqiniso.
Let's come to this aspect where you say, or it's paragraph 3, investigations revealed that the cell phone which was robbed was picked up through cell phone towers until the signal was lost, covering the area of Procedural Hostel.
Yes, my lord.
At that time, you deposed to this affidavit A225.
Yes.
Were you also in possession of the cell phone records, both of the people that were in the house and some of the people that are suspects or now accused in this matter?
Yes, I had the cell phone record, that's correct, my lord. But I was also guided by the cell phone analyst at that time, because Kenneth Stein was already on board and he had already disposed affidavits, and I do recall that I also made a site visit of where this Moleleki Tower is situated.
Okwakungihola-ke mina-ke mayelana-ke nama-cellphone lana-ke u-cellphone u-Kenneth Stein wayesekhona-ke noma-ke eseyingxenye-ke lana-ke nokuthi futhi ngaya-ke ukuthi ngiyoyibhekela-ke mina noma ngiyoyibonela mina-ke mathupha ukuthi iMoleleki Tower leyo ikuphi nendawo. Loyo mbuzo-ke ulandela-ke noma leyo mpendulo ku-paragraph 3 la ishoyo-ke ukuthi-ke ubufakazi-ke base buveza-ke ukuthi-ke ama-cellphone noma-ke i-cellphone eyathathwa-ke yase ixoshwa-ke i-tower kanye futhi-ke nama-signal i-tower yase-Phosphorus Hostel.
Okay, now you saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, according to your information, Moleleki Tower services, you say a hostel in Phosphorus. Which hostel are we referring to?
My lord, I was referring to Basutino Hostel, and as I said again, my lord, these expertise were based on the knowledge or the expect information that was given to me by Kenneth Stein. But like I said, also the site visit for myself to see where exactly this tower, it is not far from the hostel, meaning now the scene where the alleged meeting took place before the killing of the deceased and after. It's just across the road, you know, between Phosphorus and when you go towards Katlehong. So that's the explanation that it gave to me to say this tower can cover that hostel in terms of the distance. But it was not to say, my lord, on that specific day. The assertion that I'm making is not to say that on that specific day, this tower when the signal was sent, it was active and covering that, but it was said the range, that's the explanation Ken Stein told me, that the distance could cover the hostel. That was my understanding.
Manje-ke uma ubukhuluma-ke ngemuleleki tower lena ushilo ukuthi-ke ihlanganisa-ke noma-ke ifaka phakathi-ke i-hostel yiphi-ke leyo hostel ukhuluma ngayo? Bengikhuluma ngayo-ke i-Basotho hostel khona-ke lapho noma-ke inkulumo yayithi khona-ke umhlangano wawukhona-ke ngaphambilini kokuthi-ke umufi ashone nasemuva-ke ukuthi umufi ashone-ke. Kodwa-ke ebengisho-ke noma-ke futhi-ke nokuthi-ke nokutshelwa uyena-ke uKenneth Stein okuyena-ke owungoti kukona-ke lokho kuhlangene nama-cellphone nokuthi echaza-ke futhi ukuthi ebekusho-ke ukuthi nje leya tower leyana-ke isingayifaka-ke noma-ke uma kuthiwa-ke ikhavara-ke indawo nayo-ke i-Basotho hostel nayo ingangena phansi kwayo leyo tower.
Brigadier, to be fair to you, and I requested time on Monday to go and revisit all of the evidence that has been covered thus far. And I don't want to put a wrong proposition to you. So this aspect of you saying Moleleki Tower covers the range of the Basotho hostel, I've got a different understanding, but I want to verify that from Ms. Vaitilingham's evidence before I put it as a proposition to you. So I'll also mark it as one of the aspects that I will park.
Yes, it is fine, my lord, but the context that I'm saying, and I want to repeat, my lord, is said the distance where the tower was and where the Basotho hostel, and that's my recollection of the explanation by Kenneth Stein, could cover that hostel in terms of the distance. What he did not say to me is that on that specific day, that tower was active. All he told me is that this is a tower that picked up the cell phone, Muleleki section, and I wanted to know where is this tower in relation to where the meeting took place. And obviously my next question is that could it cover this place in terms of distance? And the answer was yes.
Engikushoyo-ke mina-ke ngiyafuna ukusho lokhu ukuthi-ke lana bakhulunywa-ke ngebanga noma angitshela kona uKenneth Stein kwakuyibanga-ke angakushilo-ke ukuthi-ke noma-ke ngalelo langa lelo-ke lesigameko ukuthi leya tower yayi-active yini ukuthi-ke yayingakhava-ke noma-ke ixoshe-ke indawo leya iBasotho. Mina-ke engangifuna ukwazi kuyena-ke ibanga nje phakathi-ke kwetower leya kanye-ke neBasotho hostel.
And then you also mentioned that the investigation which resulted in evidence under oath revealed that the victim was murdered as a contractual assassination or hit rather than a robbery or robbery gone wrong. Can you elaborate on that, and what statements and evidence did you rely on to come to make such an assertion?
Yes, my lord, I think one statement that comes from the top of my mind is the one of Kwabeni, Sifiso Zungu. It guided me to that effect because he places the 5 accused, and I think it talks to that issue of contextual killing. There are other statements, my lord, which may be involving not collectively, but some of the accused, individual. For example, accused 3 and 4, where almost similar assertions are made. So there are different statements in the docket, and I can be specific, my lord, if that is needed. But one of them, like I said, it's Sifiso Zungu. No, Sifiso Zungu and Kwabeni is one and the same person.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Lana-ke manje kunale lokufundeka noma-ke okubhaliwe-ke lana ukuthi-ke uphenyo-ke lwavezana noma-ke lwasho-ke ubufakazi-ke ukuthi-ke nokuthi umufi-ke wabulawa-ke ngokuthi-ke kwakuyinto-ke eyayihlanganyelwe noma-ke kwakuhleliwe-ke ukubulawa kwakhe kungasikona-ke ukuthi kwakuyobanjwa inkunzi nje kubanjwa inkunzi, sorry.
Okay,
Kodwa nje lokho akwahamba kahle. Ngabe ukuthatha noma yini-ke ekhona ekholele ekuthini-ke ufinyelele kulokho engisicabangayo-ke istatement noma ngakhona-ke ezinye kodwa engisicabangayo-ke manje ilose-ke esikaSifiso Zungu noma-ke uGwabeni la ashoyo-ke khona ukuthi-ke noma-ke ashoyo ukuthi abamanga abasola bobahlanu-ke babehlanganeke yilaba bekhona bekhuluma ngalokho. Isona istatement engisikhumbulayo.
Okay. Sorry, Brigadier, just to come back to Exhibit J, just one point. I forgot to ask you, this, the 5th witness to Ms. Steenkamp's ID kit compilation, Mr. T. Makeleni. What
Yes.
is his status? Is he still alive or is he a deceased person?
No, he's a deceased person, my lord, currently. We also obtained, I think, his death certificate. He passed on, unfortunately, before this trial commenced.
Yena-ke obhaliwe-ke khona lana Mr. T. Makeleni ngesho-ke akasemqoka ukuthi-ke washona nje ngaphambi kokuthi icala liqale.
And then further you say, evidence under oath revealed that 6 suspects actively participated in the planning and execution of the contractual murder of Senzo Meyiwa at the directive of Kelly Khumalo. Currently we have, before standing and sitting before this court, 5 accused persons, and in the statement it says 6 suspects actively participated in the planning and execution. Who is the 6th suspect?
It's Miss Kelly Khumalo, my lord. Remember this statement, I was applying for the warrant of arrest for Miss Kelly Khumalo, so she would have been the 6th suspect. This one, at that time, we already arranged. They'd already made their first appearance, so this was November. So I was now moving towards Miss Kelly Khumalo to be added, so she was the 6th suspect.
Lana-ke kubhaliwe ukuthi-ke ubufakazi-ke obufungelwe-ke buyatshengisa-ke ukuthi-ke abasolwa abayisithupha bona-ke ababambe iqhaza-ke ekuthini kuhlelwe kanye futhi-ke bese kuyenziwa-ke lokho ukuthi-ke kubulawe-ke yena uSenzo Meyiwa kusho noma ngomlomo noma ngokusho kwakhe uKelly Khumalo. Phambi kwale nkantolo sinabasolwa abahlanu-ke umuphi owesithupha ukhuluma ngaye. Uzokhuluma ukuthi le ncwadi-ke noma le statement lesi-ke ila bengenza khona-ke isicelo sokuthi-ke kuboshwe-ke yena uMiss Kelly Khumalo. Laba abawu-5 abasolwayo bebese beveleleke noma bebingeleleke manje ngaleso sikhathi leso. Isicelo sami ukuthi-ke uMiss Kelly Khumalo abe owesithupha.
And on page, the next page or at the top, you say this suspect, Nontantla Kelly Khumalo in brackets, is first linked by means of confessions that were made by both accused 1 and 2. Let me pause it here. On this aspect, further down in my cross-examination, I'm going to touch specifically on the confession statements, exhibits HH and JJ, allegedly made by accused number 2. So this point I'll pack it now and then move it forward. It says, investigations further revealed that she had 4 other cell phones that she did not disclose to the police when the incident took place, and then the numbers are the ones that I mentioned. Now, what was the relevance of saying she had these other 4 cell phones that she did not reveal? The significance thereof, for you to put it in this statement.
Indeed. No, so the relevance of it, my lord, one will recall that if one reads the exhibits, the confessions made by accused 1 and 2, somewhere in the confessions there is appearances where it is alleged that accused 3 was communicating with, sometimes they call her sisters and so forth. It's what is alleged there, my lord. And these sisters is being referred as Kelly Khumalo. Now, when one took the cell phone records, that the section 205 that were done on the 2 numbers that were known at the time, this is now the runaway phone that picked up the tower from the Lekki section, and the 082 number that was not taken. There is no communication there that you can find in an open thing except the downloads in the 082 number. But even that downloads, my lord, that links accused number 5 does not is not happening on the day of the incident. In other words, the other one happened on the 2nd of August, the other one is the 15th of October. That is now prior to the commission of this offense. The relevance of me mentioning this thing is that seeing that there were these numbers that were in a possession and active, it is a possibility that this assertion that there was this communication was lying in those numbers that were not known to the police at the time. By the time we came to know about them, the window period to get the communication of 3 years had lapsed, and we could not get a device to actually do the downloading. So that is the relevance of mentioning these numbers.
Uyaqhubeka-ke usho-ke uthi okunye futhi-ke noma-ke uphenyo luyaveza-ke ukuthi-ke wayenamanye ama-number-ke ama-cellphone numbers awu-4 ayenawo-ke futhi ke lawo manamba ke akawashongo noma ke akazange awadalule emaphoyiseni ngesikhathi ke sesigameko lesi ingabe kubaluleke ngani ke ukuthi uwashore lamanamba ukuthi ke uchaze ukuthi wayena lamanamba masibuka ke noma sibheka ke izitatimende noma ke ubhonyuluka ke okwenziwa uyena umsolo wokuqala kanye nokwesibili ke bayasho ke lapho ukuthi ke kwakunokuxhumana okwakukhona ke phakathi kwakhe ke ngasinye isikhathi bambiza ngokuthi usisters kodwa ke bekhuluma ngaye ke yena uKelly Khumalo umsola ke owesihlanu kanye futhi ke nokwesithathu futhi ke nalapho ke lokho ubizwa nje lamanamba ku-082 kanye nocingo lolu ekuthiwa yilona ke olwathathwa ngesikhathi ke lesigameko kodwa ke akunalutho ke ekhuluma ngalamanamba lana ke kodwa akaze awadalule noma awasho emaphoyiseni ke kwakuwukubheka ukuthi nalapho khona yini ukuxhumana okwakungatholakala kulamanamba engithi akawadalulanga emaphoyiseni.
But furthermore, my lord, what is important or prudent to mention is that this transpired during the collaboration process. As I said, statements are made, confessions needed to be collaborated. So this assertion that it is alleged that there was this communication between accused 3 and Ms. Kelly Khumalo was missing in terms of the date, because it's being said that it was happening on the day of the offense. So it was, it's something that one needed to know, but how could it be? Because we do have the cell phone records of Ms. Kelly Khumalo, the 2 cell phones, and that seems not to be there. And that is how now the cell phone expert, Kenneth Stein, was able to establish and link these 4 numbers, that these numbers belongs to her, they were active and they were not disclosed to the police at the time.
Okunye futhi okusemqoka ke ukuthi nanjengoba kukhona lenkulumo ukuthi kwakunokuxhumana kwakukhona ke phakathi kwakhe ke uMs Kelly Khumalo kanye naye ke umsolo wesithathu ke sinawo ke lama number noma ke lama cell phone amabili ke kodwa ke lokhu akutholakali ke manje kwakusemqoka ngalokho ukuthi ke manje uKenneth Stein okuyena ke komcwaningi wabomakhala ekhukhwini useyasho ukuthi ke manje ke kukhona ke nalama number lana usengabhekwa kuwona ke ukuthi uzotholakala yini ukuthi kwakunokuxhumana.
Now, Colonel Stein deposed to Exhibit 01 and 02, which at the moment I don't have them in front of me. But amongst other things, he listed about 8 numbers, including landlines, that Kelly Khumalo used at the time, and as to each number, when she started using the number and when the period of using that number ended. The question then becomes, of these 4 numbers, did you determine if Kelly Khumalo was using 6 cell phones on the night in question? That is, these 4 numbers, the 082 number and the 2498 number. Was she using 6 cell numbers on the 26th of October 2014?
Yes, that's the understanding I got, my lord. So one will recall that what she disclosed to the police, it's the runaway phone, the phone that was never recovered, and the phone that was downloaded, where the linkage with the alleged phone of accused 5 was picked up. So that was disclosed, it's in the docket, the numbers are listed. These 4 that I'm referring to, it's what the analysts found, that they were active, but they were not made available to the police. Hence, there's no section 205s that were done at the time, and there was no downloading done on those numbers.
Ingabe wakuthola yini ke ukuthi ke ngelanga ke noma ngobusuku ke lesigameko ukuthi ke uMs Kelly Khumalo ke wayenomakhalekhukhwini noma ke ama cell phones awu6 ayewasebenzisa ke yebo ke kuyiqiniso lokho ngakuthola ke nokuthi ke yena ke awakudalula noma awakushoke emaphoyiseni wakhuluma ke ngocingo lolu abathi ke ilona ke labantu kuzi noma ke lathathwa ke ngalelo langa lelo kanye futhi ke nomakhalekhukhwini lo okuwona ke okwadownloadwa ke kodwa la awu4 engikhuluma ngawo lana ke wona ke athola uyena ke owayifaninga ke ama cell phones yena ke uKenneth Stein ingakho ke futhi nama section 205 angazange abe khona ke kula awu4.
And I'm saying this, my lord, also perhaps to put it in the right context, is that at the time when I made this application for the arrest of Ms. Kelly Khumalo, that was the information available to me from Kenneth Stein. But subsequent to that, it was an ongoing analysis that he was embarking on. So it is not surprising that, as Mr. Ramsey repeated, that in other statements, the numbers are more, because it was an ongoing investigation.
Engakusho ke futhi ukuthi ke Kathi-ke sengenza-ke noma ngibhala-ke kuyona-ke le ncwadi efundwayo-ke lana ngenza lesicelo sokuboshwa kwakhe-ke uMiss Kelly Khumalo-ke iyona-ke le mininingwane engangenayo-ke ingakho-ke mhlawumbe kungamangazi-ke uma ngabe-ke uMr Ramsipile ekushiwo ukuthi-ke ayemaningi-ke amanamba ngoba-ke emuva kwalokho-ke ukucwaninga nje okuqhubekekayo ngakuhlangothi lwakhe uKenneth Steyn.
Particularly, my lord, I'm saying this investigation towards Ms. Kelly Khumalo, because one will remember I've indicated that before the 5 accused were processed and brought before court, there was a desire based on the information that we had to add Ms. Kelly Khumalo, but it was clear during our discussion with our colleagues that more investigation needed to be done. Now, it then takes us to the statement of November that Mr. Ramsipile refers to, and then subsequent to that, obviously engaging with the NPA, there was also a desire that we need to collect more. Hence, you will see the numbers increasing and all other things that came up that we even didn't discuss and that we did not even cover in this court because it's not relevant at this stage, my lord.
Futhi-ke nanjengoba-ke ekuveza-ke noma-ke esho-ke uMr Ramsipile ngalamanamba-ke amaningi-ke ukuthi-ke uphenyo lona-ke noma nokukhulumisana kwethu-ke kanye nabo-ke ozakwethu-ke ukuthi-ke uphenyo lona aqhubekeke ngoba-ke manje ingakho-ke sekuvela-ke namanye amanamba ngoba-ke uKenneth Steyn beloko nje njalo-ke eqhubeka-ke enza ucwaningo kakhulukazi ngaye-ke uMiss Kelly Khumalo-ke ngoba-ke manje bese ukukhuluma-ke noma sisho-ke beshushisi-ke ukuthi manje kwanele-ke esinako ukuthi-ke sesingambopha-ke manje kodwa-ke aqhubeke uphenyo.
When did the police, the investigative team, discover these 4 numbers?
It will be prior to me making that statement, my lord. I will have to go through the docket to establish, but they were discovered by Kenneth Steyn, as I said. So it was after the confessions were made, because it is after the confessions were made where it was now becoming, or this assertion was made that Ms. Kelly Khumalo, it's alleged that he gave the instructions and there was a communication. So the desire to establish or to find that communication started there. And it would have been around that period where Kenneth Steyn then discovered these numbers in trying to collaborate obviously what was contained in the statement, and that statement would have been made after that.
Ingabe-ke lamanamba lana-ke amaphoyisa awathola nini-ke uma iphendula-ke futhi-ke kwangaphambilini kokuthi-ke mina-ke ngenze le statement lesi-ke kusemuva-ke kokuthi futhi-ke kwenziwe lezi ayitatimende-ke la abasolwa bagonyuluka khona-ke yila khona-ke uKenneth Steyn manje-ke esethole lamanamba noma-ke afinyelela-ke kuwona lamanamba.
Because Brigadier, sorry, my understanding from the evidence of Kenneth Steyn and to some extent your evidence is that your team did not go about and do new Section 205s for the people that were in the house. That Section 205 was obtained by the previous investigative team, and when you got on board, it's then that Kenneth Steyn worked per your instructions on the Section 205s of the people that were in the house.
That is correct, my lord.
Ngoba-ke ubufakazi-ke bukhona-ke phambi kwakhe ukuthi-ke ithimba lenu-ke noma-ke ithimba-ke liholwa kuwena-ke uma-ke seliqala-ke uphenyo kulicala aliyanga-ke layokwenza-ke ama-205 noma-ke ama-Section 205 kodwa-ke ukuthi-ke ithimba elalingaphambi kwenu ilona-ke elenza-ke ama-205s alabo ababephakathi endlini. Yebo lokho kuyiqiniso.
As I've said, my lord, the Section 205s that were made for the people who were inside the house were made by Captain Bomsram.
Yes.
Bengishilo-ke ngaphambilini ukuthi-ke ama-205 enziwa-ke enzelwa-ke labo abephakathi endlini kwakuwu-Captain Bomsram.
But the point that I'm trying to raise is the following. These numbers in terms of the Section 205s, even if Kenneth Steyn discovered in 2020 that there were these numbers could have been available to the previous investigative team from the Section 205s of 2014 that were requested by Colonel or Warrant Officer Bostra. I don't know his position.
No, not exactly, my lord. So the investigating officers at that time, they did Section 205 based on the numbers that were given to them, that were contained in the statement. These 4 numbers were not disclosed to them, so they did not know they exist.
Akusilona-ke iqiniso ukuthi-ke lamanamba lana-ke kwakuzoma amanamba-ke ithimba eliphenyayo elangena-ke phambi kwethu lalizoba nawo-ke wango-2014 ngoba-ke uma benza-ke lawo ma-205 ngaleso sikhathi leso-ke benza-ke ngokwamanamba noma-ke ama-cellphone abawanikwa akusukuthi yibona abawathola kodwa bayenza-ke phezu kwaloko abakunikwa.
And now, let's go to this one. In investigations further revealed that she is linked to the actual perpetrators of the murder by means of cell phone linkages. These linkages connect her to accused 3 and accused 5. What do you mean by cell phone linkages?
Well, my lord, I'm referring to, well, accused 5, for example, I think we've dealt with the 2 calls. Accused 3, we dealt with the bag, the see-through bag, which appears on accused 3's phone, and that's a link, and Ms. Kelly Kumalo. But as I said, my lord, and to be fair, unless then Advocate Minister does not mind, then I will go into it, because there are certain things that we found that links Ms. Kelly Kumalo, but for the purpose of this court, we didn't bring it up because it's not relevant. Yes. So that is the link that I'm talking about. So if I'm asked to go deep, but unfortunately it will have a bearing on Advocate Minister's...
No, I don't want us to go to... I'm just reading the statement as is, and I was asking, by cell phone link, what do you mean? Is it media that is contained in the phone? Is it calls? Is it text? But I've got my answer. I don't want you to go to another advocate's evidence.
I don't understand. Wait. I don't understand. You're asking a question. You're obliged to answer the question pertaining to your investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
As you conducted it, so that the court can appreciate too. You can't tell me that you disclose this piece of evidence, but you won't disclose this piece of evidence. What should I do about the rest of your evidence then?
Understood, my lord.
Lana-ke ubhaliwe ukuthi-ke uphenyo lwasoluveza-ke ukuthi-ke umaniswa-ke noma-ke uhlanganiswa-ke kanye futhi-ke nalabo-ke ekuyibona-ke abenza-ke ukubulala lokhu ngokuhlanganiswa ama-cellphone futhi-ke lokhu kumhlanganisa-ke nomsolo wesithathu kanye nowesihlanu. Usho ukuthini-ke la bese ngikhulumile-ke ngomsolo wesihlanu mayelana-ke nalama-cellphone nalama-calls amabili. Ngikhulumile futhi nangomsolo wesithathu-ke mayelana-ke nalesiya sikhwama esasinemali-ke kodwa-ke angifuneki ukuthi ngingangena-ke kuwona-ke umsolo wesithathu kodwa-ke inkantolo inenkinga-ke nalokho ukuthi angeke unginikeze-ke ubufakazi obuthize ubusuthi-ke obuthize-ke anginikeze ukuthi angenzeni-ke ngobufakazi lobu ongamnikezi bona.
My lord, so the other aspect that I didn't touch on is that there is the report that I got, and is contained in one of Colonel Stein's statements. There is a link between, let me say, communication between Ms. Kelly Kumalo and accused 3. In a nutshell, I just don't know how Colonel Stein phrased it, but he established a link between accused 3 and Kelly Kumalo, other than accused 5.
Ngaphandle kwakhe-ke umsolo wesihlanu-ke khona-ke angazi nje ukuthi-ke into wakuthola kanjani-ke lokho yena-ke uKenneth Stein kodwa-ke ukushilo-ke ukuthi-ke khona-ke uXhumana akuthola-ke phakathi kwakhe umsolo wesithathu kanye naye uMs Kelly Khumalo.
Now let's go to...
As it please the court, madam.
Yeah.
This is not an objection, it's just a clarification. So the information that I need to understand and follow it. So what Priyatia Kininda is saying that the further information that is not disclosed to the court as per the court's concern is that the statement of Stein actually says that there was a link between accused number 3 and Kelly Kumalo. That's the information that it did not disclose to court, according to him. I just want to follow that statement.
Are you able to explain, sir?
Yes, my lord. What I can explain is that the statement that I saw, and if it needs be, we can get to it and I can read it verbatim. There is the statement of Kenneth Stein links accused 3 with Ms. Kelly Kumalo. That's the essence of it. As to how we put his terms, that's the part that I don't want to misquote him. But what is clear is that there's a link with Ms. Kelly Kumalo and accused 3.
Engakusho-ke kunestatement mhlawumbe singasibheka-ke leso statement-ke ngoba-ke angifuni ukuthi ngisho-ke into angayishilo kodwa nje ngamafishane nje ukuthi-ke yasho-ke ukuthi khona-ke ukuhlanganisa noma-ke umsolo wesithathu kanye noMs Kelly Khumalo.
Yeah, but what is of concern to this court was that statement discovered
Yes, my lord, it's the statement,
To the defense also.
yes, it's a statement that was attached in the
Because
docket.
wait,
and
wait,
disclosed,
let's
my lord.
understand each other. Take it slow. Because if you haven't discovered that information, you can't use it now. But the law allows you, if you have discovered all the information you are testifying about,
Yes, my lord.
and you are able to say it was discovered, this is the information. But if you're not able to say that, I can't take that information. Are you with me?
I'm with you, my lord. What I know, my lord, the state statement was signed, attached in the docket, and it was disclosed. Whatever that is in the docket, in the A
In the
section,
docket.
was disclosed to the defense. So it's not something that we kept away. It's in the docket, and it was disclosed, my lord.
Le statement enkhuluma ngaso kakusiyona-ke into esayigcina-ke thina-ke sasayindwa-ke futhi-ke siyingxenye yedokodo kusho abameli-ke basinikwa noma basithole.
Now, Brigadier, let's go to the specific linkage that you talked about even in your evidence in chief, which is the transparent plastic with money in it, which you said from the downloads of accused number 3, the downloads of Longwetwala, and the downloads of Kelly Kumalo, that photo is a common denominator. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniswa ukuthi-ke lesi sikhwama-ke noma-ke lewa plastiki-ke obonayo-ke ngaphakathi kuwona-ke onemali utholakala kuyena-ke umsolo wesithathu uLongwetwala kanye futhi naye-ke uMiss Kelly Kumalo.
As a lead investigator in this case, did you present and confront Kelly Kumalo about that photo and seek an explanation from her?
No, I did not, my lord. Remember the court, I've said, my lord, she was a person that we were intending to charge together with this accused. So the time when I would have approached her and obviously put these assertions would have been when I went to take a warning statement and process accordingly. There was enough in my view, based on what we had, to apply for the warrant of arrest. And obviously, as the process, that's a normal process. Before a person appears, we'd have sat down with that person, interviewed that person, and these assertions would have been put, my lord. So at that stage, I didn't, but it was evidence that was important for me to mention in pursuance of the J50, in other words, the authorization from the NPA to be granted.
Ingabe manje-ke lo plastiki-ke okungemali-ke wahamba yini waya kuyena-ke uMiss Kelly Kumalo wayombuza-ke nawo? Cha, angizange kwenzeke lokho. Uzokhumbula-ke ukuthi-ke manje bekuwumuntu ebengenza-ke isicelo lesi-ke sokuthi-ke naye-ke aboshwe futhi-ke abe sebayingxenye-ke yabo abasoka laba abaphambi kwenkantolo. Lokho-ke bekuzothi uma ngabe-ke inqubo-ke noma-ke i-process isiqhubeka-ke ukuthi uhlale naye phansi-ke ubese uyambuza-ke noma uyakhuluma naye mayelana nalokho.
But furthermore, my lord, one will also recall that I've indicated that it was a prosecutorial driven investigation. So we're discussing, with the state advocate to say, can we approach the timing? So those things, you don't do it in isolation. So there was no blessing to say, go ahead and interview her on these aspects.
Uzokhumbula ngishilo-ke ngaphambilini ukuthi-ke kona-ke lokho esasikwenza sasibuya-ke sizohlala phansi-ke nabashushisi-ke kuzeke ukuthi singakwenza yini-ke lokho. Ngahamba-ke manje ngiyohlala phansi ngikhulume naye-ke bengasiyona besingekanikezwa-ke lolo zwi ukuthi-ke sesingakwenza lokho.
Did you determine from either cell phone records or from the experts within this field that were assisting the police, the investigation, the source of this photograph with depicting bag of money, a transparent bag of money?
No, my lord. I know. I don't want to misquote them, my lord, but no, I don't recall that, my lord.
Ingabe uyile yini-ke noma yilaba-ke abacwaningi bamakhalekhukhwini noma-ke nje uyobuza-ke ukuthi-ke le sikhwama-ke sasinemali ukuthi sasibuya kuphi? Cha, angizange kwenze lokho.
And the link of that photograph, did you determine who shared with whom amongst the three? Did they share amongst the three, or the source of origin from the individual phone, Longwetwala, accused number 3, Kelly Kumalo, as to the source of that photo?
My lord, I think in the statement is contained. You see, that is a terrain which is an expect evidence, and I don't want. But I think the Colonel Stein explains whether it was shared or taken by. So I didn't focus. I'm not an expert, my lord. So I don't want, and I didn't even cover it on my statement because I think that's the area that doesn't. I don't have the expertise, except to say, I was convinced that these photos are PS because I was shown the downloads, but all those technicalities. I don't have the expertise, my lord. But except to say, I know it was there in those 3 downloads.
Mina ukuthi nje ngatshengiswa-ke nokuthi ngabona-ke ukuthi-ke leso sikhwama leso sinemali sasikhona-ke uma ngibonisa ngitshengiswa-ke kubona ama-downloads, kodwa-ke angisiyena-ke ungoti, kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi-ke yena-ke uKenneth Stein ukushilo-ke ukuthi-ke kwenzeka kanjani-ke noma-ke zatholakala kanjani-ke ukuthi sibe khona bona bobathathu labo makhalekhukhwini.
Yeah, sorry, but for my own understanding, these are photos of 3 individual different persons.
Correct, my lord.
They don't stay together in the same house.
Absolutely correct.
Are they friends?
No, I didn't find
Are they
evidence. that indicates-
acquaintances?
I didn't find such
Is there a
evidence.
relationship between the 3 of them? Like, for instance, Zandile told us his boyfriend, sorry to use that language, is Longwe, for
Yes.
instance. Are you with me?
I'm with you, my lord. In my investigation, I didn't find such a relationship, and that is why, in the very same statement Ramsipile is referring me to, I do indicate somewhere that for me it was concerning as to why Ms. Kelukumalu in particular will be talking to the hitmen or the people alleged to have killed her boyfriend, because I could not establish any relationship that will justify the communication.
Mina-ke kuphenyo lwami-ke akukho la engithole khona-ke ukuthi-ke bakhona-ke ubudlelwane ngoba-ke ujaji useyabuza-ke manje ukuthi-ke lana kutholakala iy'thombe kubantu abathathu abahlukile, ingaba labantu abahlala emuzini owodwa khona yini-ke ubudlelwane abanabo. Kuphenyo lwami-ke akukho engikutholile-ke okukanjalo, kuze kwakhulunywa ngaye-ke futhi uZandile ukuthi-ke yena kushilo ukuthi-ke wayethandana naye uLongwe Thwala. Ingakho-ke nakwistatimende lesi ebesifundiwe-ke yena-ke uMr. Ramusipile-ke eshilo-ke noma-ke lana ekhulume futhi, sorry, you were referring to which part?
No, I didn't refer to a part. I just said I raised my concern as to why Ms. Kelukumalu will be talking to
Sure,
the hitmen.
sorry. Ingakho-ke la bengishilo-ke kuyena kuMr. Ramusipile ukuthi-ke lokho kusekongihlupha ukuthi kungani-ke manje uMs. Kelukumalu ezokuthi-ke manje kube nokuxhumana anabo azoba nabo kanye-ke nabantu ekuyibona-ke abasolwa ngokubulala lo ayethandana naye.
Yes.
Did you confront Longwe Thwala about this photo, show it to him and seek an explanation from him regarding the presence of this photo in his phone,
No,
in
I
his
did-
phone's memory?
No, sorry to speak over you, Mr.
It's
Ramsey.
fine.
No, I did not. Same reasons, my lord, that concern me, because you find there are people who are alleged to be the perpetrators of this offense, and in their device you find a common denominator, which is now found in Longwe Thwala. Now, it changes the view, you know. And one needed to be, as it tread carefully and be guided by prosecution as to when do we approach him. So we didn't approach him, but it was based on serious concerns that we had about this common denominator that is found in accused 3's phones, and mysteriously then it appears in the phones of Mr. Longwe Thwala and Kelukumalu.
Ingaba yena-ke uMr. Longwe Thwala waya yini yena-ke uyombuza-ke mayelana nalesi sithombe lesi, cha angizange kwenzeke lokho, kodwa-ke kwaba yinto nje evelayo-ke futhi-ke ehluphayo-ke ukuthi lesi sithombe sikhona-ke kumakhalekhukhwini wakhe umsuku wesithathu siyatholakala-ke kuyena-ke uMr. Longwe Thwala kanye naye-ke uMs. Kelukumalu, kodwa-ke nalapho-ke sasiholwa-ke ibona-ke abeshushisi ukuthi singaya yini kuyena noma singayokhuluma yini naye.
So in essence, my lord, one of the reasons that made us not to approach him, it was serious concerns which may be similar to the ones that were motivating the non-approach to Ms. Kelukumalu with regard to Mr. Longwe Thwala.
Engakusho-ke ukuthi-ke izathu kwakuyizona-ke lezo-ke ezatholakala noma kwenzeka-ke ukuthi singayi-ke kuyena uKelukumalu uma sikhuluma ngaye-ke uLongwe Thwala.
And accused number 3 is arrested on this matter. Measurements are taken from him. Scars are checked to be determine whether he had scars from this. Did you also confront him about this picture of a plastic bag with money and seek an explanation from him regarding that?
I know, my lord, I confronted him with the allegation containing to this matter in totality, and he responded. But the response was not.
No, so sorry, Brigadier, to cut you. I'm speaking specifically about the plastic bag with money, not the totality of the evidence. That's way out of the specific confine of my question.
Yes, but that's what I'm trying to answer, my lord. So the bag of money is in relation to this matter. It's not a standalone matter. So when you interview a person, it's a collective. You put the allegation. So in the warning statement that I took from him was a warning statement regarding this allegation, and there were obvious responses that he gave me, but we didn't deal with the warning statements during the trial, within trial. I'm not sure now whether I should go to what is.
No,
what
I didn't ask you about that.
Oh, okay.
Manje lana ke uyaboshwa ke umsolo wesithathu uyaqala ke kuyabhekwa ukuthi ulimele yini yena ke wambuza yini mayelana nalesikhwama ke esasinemali mangikhuluma naye ke ngikhulume naye mayelana ke nobufakazi ke bugcweleke bupheleleke futhi ke kunempendulo ke abayinikeza ke kanye futhi ke nakusona ke istatement lesisibiza ngokuthi phecelezi ke i-warning statement.
My lord, I see it's just past 3 o'clock. It's a Friday. Can we then resume on Wednesday when Mr. Gidinda is back?
Yes, Mr. Baloyi, what's your view?
That is in order, my lord.
So you say, Brigadier, you're available when now, after today?
So it will be Wednesday up to Friday next week.
Monday, Tuesday, you're not available.
I'm not available, my lord. Then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I'm available. The following week, I'm only available on Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm out, and then it will be then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Okay. Yes. All right. What can you do? So the matter is postponed to which date, Mr. Baloyi?
Next week, Wednesday.
Wednesday.
I think will be the 13th, my lord.
Yeah, so it will be the 30th,
13th, 1-3.
13th, and the 14th.
Yes, we'll be sitting from the 13th until the 15th.
Until
But-
the 15th.
Yes, but the matter for now is postponed until the should be postponed until the 13th. my lord.
Okay. All right, we shall postpone the matter to then.
Kuya ke kwivikelizayo ngolwesithathu kuzobe kuyi-13.
Brigadier Dininda, you're a senior police officer.
Yes.
You know the magistrates in the regional and the district court, they like saying, you mustn't talk to anybody about this case.
Yes, my lord. I'm aware, my lord. Yes, noted.
I know Mr. Mnisi used to do that when he was
Yes.
prosecutor.
Yes.
You don't discuss this matter with anybody
Yes, my lord.
until you come to court.
Noted, my lord.
Okay, Wednesday then.